It's my Gibson Records. Health is wealth.
How good is your health?
How good is your health? Health is wealth. Yeah. How good is your health? Health is wealth. Yeah.
Don't joke with your health. Your health is wealth. Don't joke with your health. Your health is wealth. Don't joke with your
An insight into infertility as a medical and social dilemma. Who is to blame? Join us this Saturday. It promises to be insightful. Don't miss out. Don't joke with your health. Your health is wealth. Yeah. Don't joke with your health. Your health is wealth. Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Ken from Jinan, I'm not familiar with that one, but it's okay. We'll come visit you too. Mr. Edmond Yiwu, the center of all the business. Well, maybe not. Maybe number 2 after Guangzhou. But anyway, thank you so much. Don't forget to keep inviting your friends. We welcome once again to our weekly program brought to you by Ubuntu DNA and BridgeAfrique. We are very excited once again to have our doctors here. They were here twice before. We hope that they did not get tired of us. And at this moment, let's do a quick introduction of each one of us here. Myself, the other co-moderator, and the doctors that are in the house. All right, Emilia Bywaters and Congolese by origin.
Zeros.
My citizenship, my passport says I'm an American citizen. Speaking of passport, this week was a very, very interesting week. I left my purse, including my passport, all my credit card in a taxi. And I immediately realized I left it. I was over there by the American Embassy, DRC, with my friends. So we told the security guard and they called, and the taxi said, no, we cannot bring it. We're taking it straight to the police station. I was really nervous. I was like, oh my God, I'm going to lose my passport. But anyway, it ended well. I recuperated everything from the police station. Welcome everyone, welcome. Emilia Bywaters, a teacher by profession, 7 years in China, 36 years of teaching, mathematics and science, and sometimes French. Okay, not co-worker, what am I thinking? My co-host, co-moderator, sorry, Mr. Ken, over to you to introduce yourself.
Hello everyone, good evening. You're welcome wherever you're watching. Good evening from China. Good morning. I don't know wherever. Good afternoon. From Mesopotamia, everywhere. Well, I'm April Kennedy, based in Shandong, Jinan. I'm a business consultant and an executive in Ubuntu DNA. Nice to meet you all here today. Thank you very much. Over to you, Ms. Bywaters.
Okay. Let's see. I'm going to go by the doctors that I've seen here on Zoom already. Dr. David, why don't you go on and introduce yourself to our audience tonight? Go ahead, Dr. David.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. This is Dr. David Lubasi Nalisa, a Zambian, your endocrinologist, checking in. Welcome you today to this program. Hope you're going to enjoy the time here. I'm not an endocrinologist without you. I'm an endocrinologist because of you. No patient, no doctor. But with a patient, they can not be a doctor. It's quite crazy. But no patient, no doctor. So I'm called a doctor because of you. I hope you can teach me more to be a good doctor. Thank you so much. Here we are.
Okay, thank you so much. And I'm just going to call your name, and if you are there, then you can please introduce yourself. Dr. Anthony Balinga. And Dr. Yes.
Good evening. I am Dr. Anthony Balinga, and I am a doctor in both traditional Chinese medicine and Western or Orthodox medicine. And I specialize in traditional medicine, which I prefer working in as a result of its reduced amount of side effects. So basically, I am 53 years old, and I grew up mostly in the UK, in France, but partially in Cameroon as well, and I spent more than 2 decades in China. So I have been working on traditional medicine, trying to get certain concepts to our people, trying to see how we can make Africa a better place with the knowledge we have gathered, because knowledge makes for power. There's no people that can rise without having the appropriate knowledge. And so we have done all that we should and all that we could to gather as much knowledge as possible. And it is this knowledge which today we're trying to pass on to our people in the best way.
Hi, let's have your better half next to you introduce herself.
Yeah, thank you, moderator. I'm Lisette Combo Balinga. I study Chinese, Western, and African medicine. So today we would be sharing some aspects of a combination of Chinese, Western, and African medicines to use. So bring your questions and we'll see how to explain in the best of our capacity a very, very simple way to go about how to use this protocol. Thank you.
All right. So by the way, not to get anyone in trouble or anything, Capo Balinga, which one of you is the better half?
That's hard to say.
Well,
maybe
usually,
she might be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Usually when you ask that question, immediately you have to point to the other person and say, him or her. That's the trick. Which the end to point at the other person. Yeah.
Yeah, they say the world is carried by women. So I guess the answer is obvious.
The answers are okay.
Yeah.
Dr. Alabi, if you are in the house, please introduce yourself. Okay, my co-moderator, Mr. Ken, can you get the rest of the doctors, please, that have not introduced themselves?
Okay. Once more, good evening, everyone. Dr. Ruth, are you around? Hello, Dr. Ruth.
Okay. I know that he had trouble. He had trouble with the internet the last time. Yeah. And Steve Wonder will not be with us today. I already he already communicated with me. Yeah. Okay. So we got everyone, hopefully, and if not, it's okay. When it's your turn, you can come and speak. So doctors, the last time, this teacher right here gave you some homework to please bring us some concrete PDF if you have it, or PowerPoint if you want to. And if any of you brought some paperwork that you can share with us, feel free to let me know right now before we jump into questions from the audience. Yeah. Dr. Valinga.
Yes, there is a PDF. Of course, it's not like it has everything in it, but it does list a series of 11 basic syndromes which relate to infertility according to traditional Chinese medicine. You will see a list of 12.
All right.
It's a mistake.
And hopefully our host, Mr. Edmund, for everyone to share. So Dr. Balinga, try sharing with us, please. Yeah.
That may be a little. Just give me a second, see if I can do that. Okay.
Right. And Mr. Edmund, if you can hear me, if you can push record, please. Record our session. And also, Dr. David, did you bring any things to share with us today?
Well, I've got something to share, but I can post in later in the conversation, later in the discussion. I can post in later. There's a little bit of things I need to share, and some I need to remove because of the kind of a discussion we are having. And yes.
Okay. Mr. Khan, please help me so that we are not ignoring and not other doctors that we have not engaged with. So in the meantime, while Dr. Malinga is trying to get those PowerPoint to show, let's now go into some of the questions maybe from the audience. Okay, the topic, of course, is infertility, and
this meeting is being recorded.
You are free to ask our doctors here any questions you want on infertility. They did an amazing job the last time, going from A to Z, telling us all that it takes to be able for an older woman to be able to be fertile, to increase the probability of them having a baby. So audience, this is your chance. The reason why we had a third session is so that you can have the time to ask all the questions you can ask to our panel. So please, ask questions. And if you don't ask questions, we may be picking some of you to ask. Dr. Balinga, how with the sharing?
I need permission to share. I try to share and it says only the host can give you permission. So,
Mr. Edmund, can you arrange that, please, so that he can be able to share?
Yeah, sure, that's right. I'm trying to check his side right now.
Okay. All right. So let's see. Okay. Let's go over some questions from the audience. While the audience is thinking about their question, Mr. Ken, do you have a question to ask doctors right now?
Yes. Dr. Balinga and wife, we have some business to finish. You know, I believe a lot in Zugululu. I like Zugululu, so I want to ask questions. Last time, Dr. Balinga
trying to get his PPT to work.
Dr. Balinga told us too much Zugululu. Too much Zugululu on men's side is dangerous to the body and cause AIDS. I have been thinking, I have been so worried because Zugulugulu is part of some people's life. I won't say me, but it can be me also. Now, concerning the women, doctor, I don't know, Dr. Balinga, if a woman has sex every day, does she also face this danger of bone marrow and everything? In fact, what are the disadvantages of Zugululu from both the two people, both wife and
for the woman, it's not. It doesn't have a very negative effect if it's not done with that much control, because the woman is the yin, the yin of the couple, which means the women are receiving, so they can receive as much as up to a point. I wouldn't say 100% receiving all the time, because excessive sexual activity is also a problem. Anything done in excess is not good. So if a woman receives, if a woman gets into sexual,
The recording has stopped.
and receives, say, up to 80%, it's actually good for the woman. It helps with control of emotions. Sometimes a woman would get unstable emotions because of lack of sexual activities, especially if the woman does this activity with some training. It all goes to nourish, to boost, to balance her emotions. Thank you.
so does it mean in the absence of Zugululu, women can be very wounded at one point in life?
Right. Right.
Mr. Ken, we may have
So
some
one of the ways to regulate the emotions. We find women who don't really engage in sexual intercourse. Some of them will have like pimples, easily irritable, because this energy has to be transformed to suitable energy, to lucid energy that nourishes the brain, that nourishes the heart. If it's just there and it's not moved, the woman could get aggressive, irritable, angry, depressed, and so on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Bywaters, over to you, please.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Ken, but our audience may not know what Zugululu is all about. So please, can you define your terms, please?
Ms. Bywaters, you are putting me in a very difficult situation.
So what is Zugululu? You just met, you want the doctor to explain it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Zugululu. Hi, Ms. Bywaters, you are not easy. Zugululu. It's sex. It's sex. Yes, it's sex. To cut the long story short. Okay,
Well,
so
thank you very much.
yes, over to you, Ms. Bywaters.
Imagine, I'm sitting here and imagine somebody just joining us, and then they hearing the word Zugululu, and they don't understand what that is. Yeah. So, but anyway, so we are going to Mr. Dr. Balinga. It is ready for you to share.
Right. Let me try to do that now.
Okay. While Dr. Balinga is still getting ready, Dr. David, are you an acupuncture type of guy?
No, I'm not an acupuncture type of guy.
Okay.
Okay. As you asked Mr. Ken, what do you mean by the term acupuncture? It could mean something else, huh?
Acupuncture? No. Mr. Ken was talking about Zugululu. I'm talking about acupuncture. Okay, Dr. Balinga, go ahead and share your thing with us.
Yes, so thank you very much, Ms. Bywaters. Here we have, like I said, 11 basic syndromes in traditional Chinese medicine, which you will find in most people who are infertile. And I think I don't need to go through the tedious aspects of describing what infertility is. I think some other doctors already did last time or will do again today. But I will just run through these syndromes quickly. I had to rush back and do this in a hurry, so there are one or two mistakes in here, like a repeated syndrome. Number 4 and 5 or so, or 5 and 6 are repeated. Doesn't matter. So the first syndrome you may find here is a kidney and liver yin deficiency. Yin being the cooling fluids in the body. So when we lose these fluids for whatever reason, because we're not sleeping properly, we're eating too much fried foods, we're eating too much spicy foods, we're not drinking enough fluids, we may suffer from this. And you will see the group of symptoms here would be, for example, dizziness, tinnitus, that's noise in the ears, hardness of hearing, lower backache, dull occipital or vertical headache. So you may have a headache in the back part of your head or the top part of your head, and it's a dull headache. Insomnia, numbness or tingling in the limbs, like in the legs and so on. You may find like you're getting numbness in some parts of the legs or tingling feelings in the legs, dry eyes, blurred vision, dry throat, dry hair and skin, brittle nails, dry vagina, night sweating, so sleeping at night and sweating a lot. Dry stools, hard to pass stools because they're too dry. Nocturnal emissions, that's men sleeping at night and having sperm suddenly come out. Scanty menstruation, very little menstruation or no menstruation at all, amenorrhea. Delayed cycles or overt infertility. So this is the kidney and liver yin deficiency syndrome, and there are several others. You have the same syndrome with empty heat, and here you find pretty much the same thing with added symptoms like thigh palm heat, a feeling of heat in the evening. So like you don't feel so much heat in the afternoon, in the daytime, but in the evening you start to feel more heat suddenly. And mala flush, mostly light skinned or white people, you have like red color on the face, and menopausal hot flushes. So menopausal hot flushes, you can see the menopause is a time when most women become infertile. So you have this before you get to the right age, the appropriate age. You probably will be suffering from infertility as well. And the reason for this is kidney and liver deficiency. So what do we do in both cases? We will nourish the yin in the body and clear heat in the first case, or empty heat. Now what is empty heat? Empty heat means false heat. So the heat in your body is normal, but because you lack the cooling fluids, the heat rises towards the face, the head, and you feel like you're overheating. But in fact, it's just that you cannot cool your body enough. Heat. Regular heat means that your cooling fluids are possibly enough or not too deficient, and you really have excessive heat in your system. So here in the next one will be kidney and spleen. So the problem might be coming from your kidney and spleen function. And here is a yang deficiency, not a yin deficiency. A yang deficiency could be, in layman's terms, could be described as electrical deficiency. Let's say shortage of electricity, shortage of fire, shortage of heat in the body, which would allow for circulation. So you have all the fluids, but they are not circulating because there's no power to move them around. And you can see some of the symptoms here, like lower backache, cold and weak knees, a sensation of cold in the back, a feeling of cold, weak legs, bright white complexion, impotence, premature ejaculation, low sperm count, cold and thin sperm, decreased libido, that's decreased desire, sexual desire, tiredness, lassitude, an abundant, clear or scanty clear urination. You go to pass urine, there's a lot of urine, and it's clear in color. Urination at night, or constant urination at night. Apathy, edema of the legs, so swelling of the legs, infertility in women, loose stools, depression, poor appetite, slight abdominal distension, desire to lie
Please,
down.
sorry for the interruption. Please mute yourself so that the doctor can speak. Name, can you please mute yourself? Egu kids, can you please mute yourself?
Thank you. So you would have here early morning diarrhea, for example. You wake up around 5 a.m. You wake up around 5 a.m. and you're running to the toilet with diarrhea. Chronic diarrhea. So in this case, the problem is a kidney and spleen yang deficiency. And we are not going to boost the yin, we're going to warm and tonify the spleen and the kidney yang to eliminate water, eliminate excess fluids in the body. The next one will be kidney essence deficiency. Now, what is kidney essence? Your parents transmit this to you. You know, when the sperm and the egg in mother's womb, the parents transmit their own life to you.
Yes, the full name of the ministry and your name.
Sorry, Dr. Balinga. Egu kids, may you please mute yourself. Please mute yourself. Egu kids. Mr. Edmund, could you please mute him?
Yeah, Dr. Balinga, you are responsible to mute. Dr. Balinga, you are responsible to mute on your end.
Okay, let's see. I'm trying to do that. Let's see. So,
very soon.
Just give me a second. I think yes, so I'm going to mute.
Yeah, Egu kids and ITV. There you go.
Anybody?
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Right. So, sorry for the interruption. So let's go on. So, I was saying that when your parents, you know, egg and sperm being right, they give you their own life from their body, and it determines how long you're going to live. This is not something you get after birth, but before birth, and it's called kidney essence. It has to do with how well your bone marrow is going to function. And it is said in Chinese medicine that if you indulge in excessive sexual activity, or your spleen cannot function well, and you're going to borrow essence and decrease it, which will shorten your lifespan. So when this, you can see some babies born, and the top of the head does not heal, the toenail does not heal. These kinds of things are deficient in kidney essence. That means their parents didn't transmit enough essence to them. So when you suffer from this kind of problem, you may notice the following symptoms. kidney yang affairs, kidney affairs, dominance of kidney yang function. So the bigger what do we get? Lower back cold, a sensation of cold in the back, or feeling of cold in general. But also occasionally feeling of heat in the face. Menopausal postpartum, weak leg, bright white complexion, weak knees, weak potency, premature ejaculation, a low sperm count, cold and thin sperm, decreased libido. Abundant hair growth and urination. So the urine could be much or just little, but it's clear. Urination at night. Edema of the leg, swelling of the leg, infertility in women will be a result. Loose stool, depression will also indicate. So when you have this and heat will nourish skin and then warm and solidify the so the next one is similar but predominant of in this case, yes, tinnitus, vertigo, poor memory, hardness in hearing, night sweating, lower back ache in the bones, so you feel like your bones are twisting inside. Nocturnal delusion, so men go to bed and then you have wet dreams. Sometimes you have dreams as if someone comes to have sex with you at night, and traditionally you would say that spirits that came to visit you and all that kind of stuff. But in fact, the problem is you're suffering from a kidney gap and a kidney deficiency with a predominance of kidney inefficiency. Once you get the kidney in, avoiding all of this including the things when you think that some spirit husband or spirit wife is coming to have sex with you, this will stop once we put the kidney back in. So you will have infertility, premature ejaculation, tiredness, depression, slight anxiety, cold feet, abundant and feeling. So we will nourish the ear, warm and solidify. In the case of kidney yang, number 7 was kidney yang deficiency. Here is only the yang deficiency. What do you get?
That's what it is.
Again, lower back pain, cold and knees, a sensation of cold in the lower back, a feeling of cold, weak leg, bright white complexion, tiredness, lassitude, abundant clear urination at night, apathy, edema of the legs, swelling of the legs, infertility in women, loose stools, depression, impotence in men, premature ejaculation in men, low sperm count in men, cold and thin sperm in men, libido in both men and women. You might find your sexual desire is just not there or it's very weak. What do we do? Warm and solidify kidney.
What is the name of the ministry?
Whether it's in the deficiency, you might experience dizziness because the heat rises up to the head and causes dizziness. Tinnitus, vertigo, pretty much the same. Lack of balance, poor memory. So you start to lose your memory. And you think, oh, it's because I'm old. No, it's because you suffer from a kidney inefficiency. Hardness of hearing. It's beginning to be a little bit hard. Night sweat, sleep at night, sweat a lot. Brush and cold and lower back pain, ache in the bone.
What's the name of the song? God's
Cancer dark green, infertility, premature ejaculation, tiredness, lassitude, depression, slight anxiety. We will nourish the
God's Redemption and Solution Ministries or Ministry.
Okay. With kidney inefficiency with MPP. So in the first case, the previous case was just kidney deficiency. In this case, number 9, you have problem.
It's too much.
But it is also too much.
God's Redemption Ministry.
Of the heat which now has nothing to balance. In this case, you get the
God's Redemption
vertigo, poor memory,
Ministry. Should we make it that?
That God's redemption. No. Leave her. Now the email. Email. God's redemption ministry. Eh? No. More put prophet Raymond as password. Prophet Raymond. Eh? That's the password.
And you dream about sex, and then you have, sperm ejaculation or stuff.
Sorry,
This
let me
will
just
also
check.
affect women. You get constipation, scanty dark urine. You're constipated because there's no fluids for the poo to come out properly. It's too hard, too dry. So you have infertility problems, you have premature ejaculation, tiredness, depression, anxiety, insomnia, excessive menstrual bleeding. So some women will suffer from excessive menstrual bleeding. They do not understand why this is happening. The main reason would be a kidney yin deficiency with empty heat. What do? We nourish the yin and clear the heat. Number 10 would be liver blood stasis. So you have blood in Chinese medicine. The liver is responsible for storing the blood. But if the blood cannot move from the liver, there is poor circulation. It's just blood stasis, generally speaking. You will see a purplish tongue, and then you get hypochondrial pain. So pain in the sides, the sides of the chest. You get pain in the sides, hypochondrial pain, abdominal pain, vomiting of blood in some people, nose bleeding, epistaxis in some people, painful periods. So you get painful menstruation. It's not considered to be normal in Chinese medicine. It is because of liver blood stasis. Irregular periods may happen. Dark and clotted menstrual blood may be what you get. Infertility might possibly result in the extreme. Here you're looking at stuff like endometriosis, masses in the abdomen, purple nails, purple lips, purple or dark complexion, dry skin, purple petechia. Now, all these masses in the abdomen, you're looking at fibroids, etc. Most of them come from liver blood stasis. And what do? We will smooth liver blood and move the blood, circulate the blood. Number 11 here, liver yang deficiency. So this is not liver blood stasis, although it's still about the liver yang deficiency, because all of them have yin and yang. There will be here a tendency to worry, fearfulness. This person will tend to fear easily. Moroseness, they will have a morose look on their face most of the time and feel morose. There will be a feeling of depression, could be light or could be serious, severe. This is liver yang deficiency. They will have floaters in their eyes. And what are floaters, for those who don't know? If you lie down, look up outside through the window and move your eyes from left to right, you might find some dark colored things moving across when you turn your eyes this way or you turn your eyes that way. These are pieces of your cornea coming off already. They are going to lead to blindness if this is not treated soon enough. A lot of people have this, but they don't know. This is liver yang deficiency. It's called floaters. These are called floaters. You may have blurred vision, suffer from blurred vision, a feeling of cold in the body, hypochondrial pain and distension, and a distended feeling, cold leg, numbness of the head and body.
Sorry, Dr. Valinga, you the host, if you could assist in muting them, please.
Yeah. Who are they? I'm seeing Prof. Kenda.
Yes, Prof. Kend. No, wait. Let me see. Yeah, I think so.
Let's see, Prof. Kenda.
Yes. Yes, Prof. Kend.
I think it's been done.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Right. Okay, yeah. So this is hypochondrial pain, distension, cold legs, numbness of the head and the body. So you feel numb in the head and your body or your face. tingling of the limbs, tingling feelings in the legs, the arms, greenish complexion. This is for white people. Pale and withered nails. So you look at your nails and they're looking pale and withered. This is liver yang deficiency. Contraction of the tendons. Your tendons start feeling tight. You may suffer from sciatic nerve disorders because of the tightening of tendons. So you want to bend and you feel like it's very tight in the hips, tight in the legs, tight in the shoulders. Inability to grasp. You want to grasp things and you don't have force, strength in your arms to grasp. A lack of sexual libido, impotence, a cold penis, a damp scrotum. So the scrotum is like a little wet, always sweaty, and nocturnal emissions without dreams. So this time you're not dreaming about any sex, but you just wake up, you realize you're losing semen for men. Constriction of the vagina. The vagina gets tight and sometimes becomes impenetrable and even painful. Or it may happen during sex. A feeling of cold and pain in the abdomen in women. Late periods, trickling of periods, a feeling of cold in the waist, and of course, infertility. What do we do here? We will warm and tonify the liver yang to solve these problems. So that's about it. And are there any questions relative to what we talked about?
Well, doctor, we have an expression in America. We say it sounds like Chinese to me, but not to mean that as an insult or anything. But I guess what I'm
Yeah.
trying to ask is I'm kind of lost on the word yin and yang. If you can just explain that real quick again. Because I hear you when you're saying the deficiency in the kidney yang, yin, yeah. So I'm a little confused on.
Yes, we're trying to bring the concepts of Chinese medicine to our people so they can understand. It will make diagnosis easier, even for those of us who practice African traditional medicine. We have our brothers and sisters here. Some of them practice African traditional medicine. They might find that using the Chinese approach, you know, the yin and yang approach and the five element approach might make things a lot easier for them to classify and use Chinese African medicines and even apply them to disease conditions, just because there is a structure. So let me try to explain. If you take an animal, say this is a dog, my hand is a dog, and it's standing in the sun. You see, the sun will shine on all of these parts, including the top of the head of the dog, all the way to the tip of the nose. Everything else underneath, where the sun cannot shine, this is yin. Wherever the sun can shine, this is yang. So the hot parts, you know, the most dynamic and the quiet parts will be yin. So what is yin? Yin basically is everything which is cool or cold, which is receptive and which is material, you know, the material aspect of things. For example, the earth will be yin and the air will be yang. The air is immaterial. It's light, it stays up there, and the earth is solid, it's material. That's where everything comes from. Food, people, everything comes out of the earth. The earth gives a material appearance, a solidity, the reality to all things. The yang, what it does is it activates the yin to be able to produce things. It fertilizes the yin to produce things. So the yang is more like electricity, electrical energy. It's more like spirit, so to speak. It's more a stimulator. It's a hot energy and it moves fast. It's light, it moves fast, it's unstable. Usually, it doesn't stay in one place. It just keeps moving all over the place. This is its true nature. But the yin is extremely immobile, extremely stable and constant, solid and material. But if it's too much of this yin, it's a dead body. So the yin needs some yang mixed in with it to be a useful material substance which can move. So it's not totally frozen, it's not totally immobile. It is stimulated, it is activated, it is warmed up, so it moves. So a human body is basically a yin substance which is warmed up by the yang which penetrated it, and that is why it is not too hot, not too cold. It is somewhere in the middle. If it gets too hot or too cold, there will be problems. Yes. So
Okay, Doc.
yes.
So now after you told us the difference between yin and yang, like for example, on number one, we're looking at kidney and liver yin deficiency. So we're looking at a kidney. The top part of the kidney is the yang, and then the inside of the kidney is the yin. Is that it?
Not exactly. Good try. Yeah. What happens is the kidney and the urinary bladder are paired together as a functional pair, like husband and wife. So the yang, generally speaking, would be considered the husband, and the yin generally would be considered the wife. And both of them work in harmony to be able to produce the kidney function. So the kidney yin would be the filtration, the kidney function, because these are functions, the kidney filtration of water, fluids. Yes, so the cold fluids, the filtration, this is the kidney activity, but the adrenal system also has a heating aspect. If you take your hand and you place at the base of your spine, you will find this area is quite hot. This is the kidney yang manifesting there. If you place your hand directly opposite on your abdomen, you will find it's kind of cold there. This is the kidney yin manifesting here. One of them is behind, directly opposite the other one, and the other is in front. When they meet in the middle and balance, you get life. So if you find the heat in the back of your spine is beginning to cool down too much, you start to get a dull ache in the bones there. And if the coldness in the front begins to be lost, it starts to get too hot here, you get a bloated abdomen. So
Okay.
the kidney and the entire adrenal system and the kidney is what is known as a kidney function in Chinese medicine, but it also includes a reproductive function. So the reproductive fluids, the semen, all these fluids, urine, this is kidney yin. The electricity to make them move is kidney yang. So the
Oh,
penis, for example, is filled with fluid for it to be erect. But if it has no electricity, the fluids will not move into the penis. There will be no erection.
okay. And by the way, and then a remedy for that could be acupuncture.
Yes, acupuncture can remedy that pretty easily. So there are several modalities in Chinese medicine. Could be acupuncture, could be herbal therapy, could be
Okay.
massage therapy, could be qigong therapy. Qigong means energy therapy. Those are energy exercises. Call them like Chinese physiotherapy, if you wish. Yes.
Okay. All right, audience, listen up. This part three of this session is for you. We brought it to you so you can ask questions. Please raise your hands right now. And if you have a question, just raise your hand up. We have several doctors in the house. Any questions regarding infertility? You don't have to go into personal details. That's okay. You can speak to the doctor later. But if you have a general question on infertility, Tammy, Son, Prof. Can, Pepe, Marta, Mandela, Larry, even Mr. Michael, you can ask too. Mr. Ken, feel free to ask. Glad Love, you ask questions to our Dr. Esther. And Dr. Ruth, welcome to the house. Diallo, feel free. Raise your hands right now if you have a questions for our doctor. Dr. Balinga just spoke to us about this traditional medicine and fertility. Yes.
I have a question,
Yes, go ahead.
but my background is too noisy. I don't know whether you can hear me clearly.
We can hear you. A little noise in the background, but it's okay. We'll
Yeah,
survive.
yeah.
It's okay. Go ahead.
I'm asking what makes a man or a woman to maybe be fertile for some time, then after some time the person becomes infertile. What brings that? For example, somebody or a man or any of the two gives birth like for two or one child, then at the end they tend to conceive. That's my question.
Mr. Ken, did you understand the question?
I did understand her question.
The network is really poor. I didn't hear. Please.
I
The
understood her.
question.
Can you type it? Type it on the chat.
Come again, please.
Type it on the chat.
So let me type in.
And I think, please, translator, can you stop sharing the screen?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Type your question in the chat, please. Mr. Ken, I believe Pepe asked a question, if you don't mind reading it.
Okay, Auntie Pepe. Please, I'm asking this to Dr. David. Are you here?
Oh, yes.
I'll start with Dr. David. Okay, please. Auntie Pepe is saying, let me, some of these terms can send somebody to the hospital. Thank you. I recently heard of the word varicocele. Hi, God. Varicocele, that makes men infertile. Ever heard of that? And what could be the causes and natural remedies? I don't know if you know what is varicocele. The spelling is VARICOCELE.
Okay, I think it means by varicocele. Varicocele. I hope you don't mind if I come here from that. I'm actually driving, but I'd like to say something while I'm driving, so if you don't mind.
It's okay.
Concerning varicocele.
It's okay.
Okay, varicocele usually happens to men. It's an enlarge of scrotum, enlarge of veins within the scrotum, and the varicocele can actually develop on anything. It doesn't matter whether it happens from anybody. It happens to anybody. Anybody can develop varicocele. It's an enlarged vein of the scrotum, and most of varicoceles people usually go for surgical process. Usually, when varicocele is an earlier stage, yes, here in Dr. Ruth's Natural Medicine Limited, we have some particular herbal medicines that can actually take care of varicoceles when it's still in earlier stage. But when varicocele has gotten up, which means it has really swollen, you will have to go through the surgical process, which means there are no any other way you can get rid of it. So it's an enlarged vein, and one of the most important why you need to get it out when you've not started giving birth is varicoceles usually kill sperm count. If you have varicoceles and you don't take care of it in time, it might develop to be an oligospermia. Oligospermia is a low sperm count, or it might also result to azoospermia, which is zero sperm count. Basically, it's azoospermia because varicocele will never stop killing sperm until it kills it to zero. And not just that, it's extremely painful. There is a vein within the scrotum.
This meeting is being recorded.
When this vein is enlarged, it causes varicocele. Usually, when you go to a hospital, they might do their own magic by cutting it off. But when it's still in earlier stage, yes, there are some particular medicines, natural medicines, which you need to mix together to be able to achieve this. So varicoceles, yes, can cause male infertility. And if you don't take care of it in time, it might render man infertile completely. So that's for varicocele. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, but please, you said something about vein cutting. After the cutting of the vein, does it?
You say what? I can't hear you, sir.
The permanent position. After the cutting of the vein, does it have any problem with erection? Is dangerous, I think.
No, you mean like a side effect to the erection?
Yes, because start cutting of veins like that when the whole thing is of vein is dangerous, I think. I'm just asking.
Well, that all applies to every surgery. Even whatever no surgery you're doing in your body system that will not affect one or two systems in your body. For instance, if you do surgical process for fibroids, you should be aware that it might also cause another problems in the system. You know, so if you do surgery within the scrotum area, you know there is a lot of veins there. So if you cut one, yes, it might likely affect your erection. Your erection might not be stronger than the way it was before. So you should be able to accept that. But the only advantage you get, the only advantage you get is you're going to have less pain than you usually have before. So, and again, so that you can't be able to have your sperm. But if you do surgical process while you having low zero sperm count, you do surgical process for varicocele, there is a chances that you might not be able to produce again. So you will have to do whatever it takes for you to be able to get a baby. But you know, there is nothing you can compare to natural. When you're talking about natural, you understand? There is nothing you can compare. Nothing. Because when you have your scrotum, every part of the organs, the veins, the systems are complete. You trust me. Even if you are experiencing a low sperm count or oligospermia, they can still build up by themselves because all the organs, all the veins, everything is still intact. But when they surgically cut something out, you know those things they cut out of your system, they have their work you're doing. You understand? So since they've cut them off, they cannot regrow back, especially when you are age. They can't. So the only thing you're going to be nurturing is the side effects of that surgical process. And side effects might not good. The side effects might not good. You might not be able to be fertile again. I'm sorry. And you might not be able to have a good erection again. So the best thing is the earlier you notice you have varicocele, the better, so that you can get rid of it fast as possible. Varicocele is not a good thing for men at all. It's not. It's not a good thing. It's painful. It causes infertility. It causes low sperm count. It causes zero sperm count. I'm sure you understand me, right?
Thank you very much, doctor. Yes, we understand.
Thank you.
Like we say, I'm coming to you, Dr. David, please. Sorry, I'm coming to you. Like we say, yeah, it's natural medicine. It's very important, but I think Western medicine still has its place because there are some illnesses that must be approached with Western medicine. I think that is for me, both are all important. Dr. David, over to you. You go on before I read the other sister's question before handing over back to Ms. Bywater. So, Dr. David, what can you tell us about a very something?
Okay. Very good. Thank you so much for the contributions from Dr. Roots. Huh?
Yes.
Yes, thank you very much for the contribution. Let me just chip in one or two words in that. Okay. Varicocele has been defined by the doctor, by Dr. Roots. It's actually an enlargement of the vein. Okay, they just enlarge, they open up. Okay, and the only question now we would have here is why has it enlarged? All right, where has the problem come from? These problems, I want to mention them here because there are so quite many, but sometimes they can be notified or they can be noticed by the shrinking of the testicles themselves. All right, the testicles may shrink. And look at these varicocele. What they'll do is that in most cases, of course, it is well known that at least it reduces or it increases the infertility chances to about 30% or so. all right? And then you know that it is associated with the deformation of the sperms themselves. Sometimes the sperms are deformed. There's so many issues related to the sperms, quite all right? And as a result, the infertility comes in. If you look at remedies, I'm not a good guy to comment on the remedies. I'm not the right guy. I'll give the wrong answer for that, for the remedies. I've got specialists around here who can comment on that. All right, but looking at the Western medicine, of course, what I would simply say is find the source and sort the source. Because I believe in if you have a headache, you clear a headache. I don't think you are healing a headache. I like most of the principles by my seniors, the couple have taught me. I won't mention their names, they're here with us. They've taught me that find the cause. Find the cause. Immediately you find the cause, you are going to eliminate. So find the source of the cause. Do not treat the symptom. The moment you treat the symptom, you are going to see this patient over and over, and you never treat this situation. So find the sources. Find the source, cure the source, and that symptom or that problem will be gone. Of course, they say surgery is painful. Surgery is painful, yes. Surgery is a last resort. It is a last resort when you've tried all these conventional means, the traditional means, whatever you've tried. No, we think now we better do it first in this way, then you go into a surgical way. So that is what I can comment on. Say there are so many ways. There could be other existing conditions that has gotten to this varicose cell. So if I were to approach a varicose cell, if I know the source, like the cause, the sources are just within what I can see, then I treat what I can see. But if the sources are coming from somewhere else, I treat where it is coming from. If it's a genetic one, then I go for genetic. If there was an infection somewhere that has led these vessels to expand, I treat with this. But if these conditions are related to my own immune system that is fighting me back, then I deal with the same situation. All right. So yes, so that is my only comment here. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, doctor. While we are praying, let the veins not expand and cause very. I'll go to the next question before handing over back to. Somebody has written a chapter here before coming over to Mr. Bywaters. I think somebody just wrote a novel on the comment section. Now, okay, I think I'll read. It's very long. No, first I'll take this. Miss Bywaters. I think Miss Bywaters will take the other one. Okay, now from Gladlove, this is the question. I think I'll ask this. This will go to the Balinga family, beautiful family. What makes a person to be fertile for a while and then goes infertile all of a sudden? Over to the Balinga family.
I would take that question. Yes, thank you. So during delivery, for the most part, it's very important that the mother, after delivery, goes through several months of recovery. If this recovery period is not handled with care, she could easily get secondary infertility issues, because during delivery she loses a lot of blood, the conception vessels, and the meridian, which takes care of the blueprint of the human body, is also in insufficiency because of loss of blood. So for example, for the Chinese, even though we laugh at them, but this is very important, they keep the woman down for 3 months so that she can have her blood back to normal, and she can have the conception vessel and the blueprint vessel in
in order again. If this is not done, there could be a problem with having conception for the second fetus. Another reason could be improper care during menstruation. So if especially at monarch, that's when a little girl gets to menstruation age, which for some girls it could be 11 or 12 or 13. During this period, it's advisable to keep the girls out of cold water, cold fluids, hard work, and so on, because during this period they're losing a lot of blood. In Chinese medicine, we believe that blood is life. Blood brings about the energy, the qi, as we call it, which brings the invigorating, the activity of the human being. If this is not insufficiency, a lot of things could go wrong. So it's always advisable, especially us in Africa, where we don't really pay attention to this. Our girls, when they get to menstruation age, we have to pay particular attention. Keep them away from cold water, make sure they are wearing shoes, because when they come in contact, especially with cold surfaces, it's not good for them. It's true, it's good when they meet the soil in other situations, when their body is healthy enough to handle many different climatic or external factors, external evils. When the body is healthy, we can let them play bare feet and so on. But during menstruation, we have to be very careful. Tell them to watch out, wear shoes. If it's rainy, they need to keep away from damp, because damp is another factor which would affect the womb during this period. When they are losing blood, all the 5 evils in Chinese medicine, we call this things which could hurt the body, we call them evils, and we put them into 5 categories. We call cold, heat, fire, damp, and then when the damp becomes very excessive, it becomes damp heat or phlegm. So these external factors could get into the girl's inside, especially when she's in her menstruation cycle. So she needs to be very clean. She needs to use dry underwears. She needs to use the proper sanitary towels. If she's using the real towels, they need to be washed and ironed and kept well. If she's using the manufactured ones, disposable ones, we need to get good quality ones, not those types that are made from materials which will hurt her. Yes, so there's so many things we have to pay attention to during menstruation, especially for the little girl, and even for adults and the elderly. This period is very important. We have to protect ourselves, especially during the period when we are menstruating. So these are very 2 important factors which could, we say, improper care. Improper care during this period could cause a lady who had had a baby before to be unable to have a baby again. Another is excessive sexual intercourse. That's to say, we overindulge in this, especially during menstruation or in other times when, we just do too much. We just do too much, even when we're normal. Nothing can be done too much, even though it's very good for a woman, but it cannot be done too much. Everything must be done in a balanced, harmonious way to keep the body healthy. Another factor is also what we eat. If we don't eat right to nourish the body well, especially during the menstruation, the body loses a lot of blood, and we don't replenish with the good food, the body becomes insufficient. So conception cannot take place because we have to prepare after menstruation. We have to prepare for the follicular phase. We have to prepare for the luteal phase. We have to prepare for the copious luteum phase. If all of these are not going in the right way, conception will not happen. So things like greasy food especially, high calorie food, all this KFC, fried in too much oil, this kind of food is not good. Packaged foods with lots of chemicals, processed food, these should be avoided. Very much so, especially after delivery. That's why it's saying that secondary infertility is you have a baby before, then you just find you cannot have a baby again. This is just due to improper care, poor habits, sometimes excessive smoking, excessive drugs intake, excessive alcohol. All these could cause infertility. There's so many. So, but this is some I can list for now. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Ms. Bywaters?
Yes, thank you so much. And
Yeah.
there was for some reason I got kicked out. I got kicked out of Zoom, so I lost that long question you were referring to. However, we have our own Mr. Edmund who had a question before that. He actually had two questions. Mr. Edmund, if you would ask your question, please, because I got kicked out. Yeah. Go ahead.
Please let me come in. The person who asked the long question, I notice is very important. After that, I will still come back.
Okay.
To it, please. So don't worry. After Mr. Edmund, we'll come back to your question. Thank you.
Go ahead and read that long question because I don't have it in front of me anymore. Yeah.
Let me just do. Thank you. It's a novel. We need time. Okay. This goes to any of the doctor who want to explain because I think it's serious, so you get it quietly. What should be the cause of a really delayed menstruation of about once a year? Comes out once a year, and sometimes once in a year, yeah. And sometimes the ones might be through hormone boosting drugs. Started seeing 17 years now. Started seeing 17 years, now 26 years. Okay, meaning it started 17 years ago and now she's 26 years. Okay, from 4 years ago, started noticing stomach bloating, not sexually active, pays attention to cleanliness. I've gone to hospital, nothing was found. They just said fluid in the belly and the low hormone. Last year, please, Paul Casas, who is Casasasa. Please, can you mute Paul? Okay, last year. Please, Mr. Edmond, can you?
Ken, I think your
mute
network.
Paul
Also
Sarachi. Thank you.
Ken, I think your network is also breaking. Maybe I can help you without the question if that is okay.
Yeah, it's okay. You can go on.
Thank you. Okay, here's the question. What should be the cause of a really delayed menstruation of about a year, which come out once a year? And sometimes the ones might be through hormone boosting drugs. Started since 17 years, now 26 years. From 4 years ago, started noticing stomach bloating, not sexually active. I pay attention to cleanliness. Have gone to hospital, nothing was found. They just said fluid in the belly and low hormone. Last year, started experiencing blisters, bores around the vaginal area for almost 5 months. It heals and comes back again. After several treatments, it stopped. 1 year later, which was yesterday, started experiencing the blisters again. It comes with depressive mood, anxiety, and tight chest, difficult to breathe. Don't know what to call it. Thank you. That's the question. It's not a question, actually. It doesn't sound like a question. It sounds like someone giving a medical report and really wants to know what that could be called. So over to you, any of the speakers. Thank you.
Okay, can I say something concerning the first one?
Yes,
Sure,
go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yes, you was talking about not being able to see her menstruation for some time, and she used an hormonal booster to be able to bring the menstruation back, and then also she noticed some blisters within her private area. Yeah, I'll tell you, your menstruation don't just go away. Your menstruation don't just stay. Menstruation don't just happen by stop working. Your estrogen and progesterone does not just stop working or malfunction. Something must have happened. And what is happening is actually showing you a signal that I am the problem of your system menstruation. It's telling you you need to listen to your body system. Now, what is it telling you? Is the blister around your public area. You see, blisters, blisters around public area can mean so many things, you know. For instance, it can mean you have a syphilis, or it can mean you have staphylococcus infection, or you have herpes simplex. Herpes simplex could be the last one, you know, because herpes simplex, herpes simplex virus is one of these viral virus. It's viral virus that is it's extremely tough. I'll tell you that. And up to now, no medical assistance has ever come out to cure herpes simplex. When you're having herpes simplex is kind of a virus. Whichever it enters into your system, it can dismantle every part of your body system, regardless of who you are. You can be a man, you can be a woman. If you are a man and then you have herpes simplex inside your blood, it can render you infertile completely. It can make you have a zero sperm count completely. Herpes simplex can make you have low testosterone. Herpes simplex can make you develop a total body shutdown, like you having headache, having a nerve disorder, by having high blood pressure, by having different kind of ailments in your system. Because herpes simplex is a virus that is very, very tough. Once it gets into your blood, trust me, it's going to scatter whatever it is in there. That is for herpes simplex. And how will you know you have herpes simplex? There are two types of herpes simplex virus. There is herpes simplex virus 1 and there is herpes simplex virus 2. Herpes simplex virus 1 is the virus that usually it's the same thing, but the symptoms they give you makes them different. Some do comes out from the mouth. You see some wax coming out from the lid or from inner mouth or on the tongue. It comes out like a blister. And whenever all this virus is coming out, you will feel it from your body system that they are coming out. Is it that you're going to be having fever, or you're going to be having body pain, or you're going to be having mucus discharge? It could be penile discharge, and it could be vaginal discharge. And if you are a man, it means the only thing you can target within your fertility environment is your sperm production, which means once you shut your sperm production down, you won't be able to be fertile. Now, when it comes to women, you know, women's body are complex, the way I said last week. Starting from the vagina to the fallopian to the ovary to the uterus, all this is where those viruses is going to get to and begin to shut them down one after the other. And first of all, it's going to make you be having some milkish discharge. It might be foul smelling discharge. Trust me, it comes from this virus. And secondly, it's going to be giving you wax. Wax also known as blisters. Blisters are little flute-like. It will be hanging on there on your public part. And when it wants to come out, you will know. And it can burst. Once it bursts, you feel a little bit relieved from inside. But you feel a little bit pepperish or inflammations from outside. This virus usually hides under the nerve cell. That makes it very difficult for every pharmaceutical company out there to find a solution to it. It's a virus that swims down. Okay, so let me give you a layman definition, layman explanation. For instance, you want to kill a fish, and this fish swims down to under the rock down the ocean. Can you get in there? No, you cannot. There is nothing you can do to get in there. So what you have to do is to wait for it up there for the fish to swim back up before you can be able to kill it, or because you can be able to catch it. That is how simplex works. It swims down to the under the nerve cells and it hides in there. And let me tell you something about nerve cells. Nothing you use that can get to nerve cells. No medicine you take that can get to nerve cells. Because it looks like a very secure area, a very secure panel in your system that most of your body systems get some signal from. So it's a very secure area. And that secure area is where simplex hides. So this makes it very difficult for every pharmaceutical company to cure it. So if you are a woman and you have syphilis or you have simplex, you may have problem with your menstruation. You may have problem with your fallopian tube. You may have problem with your uterus. In short, you have problem with your blood entirely. So there is nothing that you use that is going to work. You understand? So some medicines might likely work for you to reduce the symptoms for you. For instance, if you're having irregular menstruation, yes, some medicines might work for you, boost it for you, which is a contraceptive medicine. You understand? Contraceptive medicines might help you to boost it. Even contraceptive medicine might cease your menstruations in the future, because the contraceptive medicines will help you with your menstruation, and at the same time, it will still cease it for you. You understand? So if you having blister within your private area, I am telling you, you have simplex, and you need to go to the standard hospital for them to be able to detect it. And by the time they detect it, just get some medicine that is going to be suppressing it, not cure it, because I won't lie to you, there is no cure for simplex yet. None, not even in natural medicine yet. So the best thing they can do for you is to suppress this virus, and then so that you can be able to your fertility environment can be able to work together with themselves to be able to give you whatever you want. Thank you.
How do you spell it? How do you spell it?
Simplex is H-E-R. Simplex is H-E-R-P-E-S. H-E-R-P-E-S.
Okay.
S-I-M-P-L-E-S.
Okay. Thank you so much. Mr. I don't know who asked that question. I'm sorry, I can't see it on my screen, but I sure hope that answered your question. Please go to the general hospital and see if they can test you for that particular virus that is in the blood, correct? Yes, I think so. All right. Mr. Edmund, Mr. Ken, did you have anything to say?
Okay.
I have something to say.
I am just scared. I am just scared about the simplex. It shows it's a very dangerous. But after on how to prevent it, Dr. Belling, I think after this you'll tell us also how to prevent it. Or is the name is first of all very wounded. So Dr. Bellinger, please tell us, because after all this we have to know what is the cause and how to prevent it. Because if we don't know what's the cause to prevent it, problem remains our position forever. Please, Dr. Ballinger.
Thank you very much. The first thing I'd like to say is I appreciate everything Dr. Ruth said. It was very informative. This is a classical approach and classical perception of the disease known as herpes simplex. This is herpes. And it's really a very common virus. You would be shocked at what percentage of the population actually carries this virus and are asymptomatic. So you may not see any symptoms in the majority of people. They're just carrying the virus. And especially in developed countries, the prevalence is extremely high. In the United States, it's almost everyone, you know. So sometimes you see these blisters in China. You often see these blisters on the sides of the mouth of people. They call them fever blisters. Uh, every time your immune system gets down, you will get these blisters popping up on the side of the mouth. But there is one form of herpes which mostly attacks the buccal cavity. And there is another version of it which mostly attacks the reproductive organ area. They are variants of the same virus. So the percentage of people who actually carry them and don't know is extremely high. And mostly you don't know until for some reason they accidentally discover this in a hospital. Or in some people, the immune system is so deficient that the virus is manifesting all the time. Now, this virus usually will invade your system and stay dormant as long as your immune system is functional. And every time your immune system goes down due to stress, due to poor nutrition, due to the fact that you just suffered an attack by another virus, it's going to pop up and show. So they call them fever viruses in many places. So this virus in itself is not, I would say, the major problem, just that it will affect your sex life in a very unpleasant manner. And it's highly contagious. But a person with a very strong immune system will come across this virus and not pick it up. A person with a compromised immune system comes in contact with the virus and picks it up. And after that, the virus will recur from time to time. But in this young lady's case, what she's talking about is not only due to the virus. The first thing is that she is most likely anemic. In Chinese medicine, this is referred to as liver blood deficiency because it's the liver that stores the blood. And once, let's put it in layman's terms, your life is blood. Blood is your life. Now, when your body starts becoming deficient in blood, either because you're breaking up blood cells, red blood cells too quickly, your spleen is not functioning right, so your liver is not functioning right, you're breaking up red blood cells too quickly and not able to rebuild them quickly enough, you will become deficient in blood. Then your brain has to choose where to send the blood, to prioritize the blood. Your heart becomes number one. And then your digestive system, number two. Your brain, number three. So you will start to find that things like erections don't function any longer. Menstruation doesn't come any longer because your body is having to prioritize the little blood we have. Where do we send it? We must send it to the heart because if it doesn't go there, we die. So we send it there. We must send it to the stomach and the digestive system because if it doesn't work, we're going to die too. We must send it to the brain because if it doesn't work, we're going to die. The rest, we will think about this. So you start to notice your fingers are getting cold. Your toes are starting to get cold. Erections not coming. Menstruation not coming. And it starts to be longer and longer periods when you don't have menstruation. It could be up to a year. This is the main reason why the menstruation is not coming, because she's short of blood. And the second reason why this may happen is cold. There is so much of a lowering of basal temperature of the body that even though the blood is sufficient, it is impossible to circulate normally in the body. And so there will still be deficiencies of blood in the body despite having enough blood in the body because it's coagulating. It's black blood, unoxygenated blood. So these are the two major reasons. She's either deficient in blood or the basal temperature is so low that she's cold and the blood is coagulating. It's not circulating properly. Now, what caused the blood to get cold or what caused the blood cells to become deficient? These are matters to be investigated. But she's first of all deficient in blood. And yes, it could be several things. Amongst the of infertility syndromes I gave, you can find your symptoms and you can know which one. But easily I can look at liver blood deficiency or liver blood stasis. And with reference to the herpes itself, all these pustules, bubbles filled with fluids that appear on the skin are coming from the liver, the gallbladder, damp heat. This is liver and gallbladder damp heat in Chinese medicine. Damp and heat. The heat causes the swelling of the bubbles, and then the damp is the fluids that fill them up. And then you get itches sometimes. This is called damp heat or wind syndromes in traditional Chinese medicine. Very easy to understand. Like I said, we don't treat diseases in Chinese medicine, we treat syndromes. So it's like you have a mosquito infestation. We don't care about the mosquitoes. We just destroy all the pools where the mosquitoes can reproduce, and the problem dies out of itself.
Right.
This is what Chinese medicine does. So in this case, we are going to address the blood deficiency. If that is the case, it's easily perceived on the tongue. Later, I can show you the tongue, and you can see it's so easy. Take a look at your tongue. Is it a blood deficiency tongue? Yes. Solve the blood deficiency. Boost blood. Is it a blood stasis tongue? Yes. Circulate the blood, flow the blood, thin it out. And do you suffer from damp heat? There's a thick yellow coating on the surface of your tongue. Yes, we proceed to clear damp heat. We might use acupuncture, we might use herbs, we might use food therapy. This is pretty easy to do. And once we've cleared out that environment, whatever virus it was, whatever bacterium it was, no longer has its supporting environment to live. It's going to die. We don't kill it, we just let it die. So in Chinese medicine, you have HPV 3 months. Hepatitis virus, herpes, usually within about 3 months, Chinese medicine can clear most of this. I know they often say there is no cure for these things because Western medicine, like scientists would say, well, we don't have evidence that it's because of this that it disappeared. But it can be repeated again and again and again. What do you say to that? So there are specific acupuncture points and herbs which are put together according to the syndromes that we see on your tongue or according to the patterns that we detect on your pulse. This is pretty easy to do. Another thing, during the COVID epidemic, they said there was no cure, there was no medicine, but we were able to halt COVID around us in many countries in Africa by simply producing nanoparticles of zinc, of copper, of carbon dioxide, by giving water, which was energized by these zinc organ nanoparticles. We were able to bring down the temperature within about 30 minutes in most cases, and within 2 or 3 days, wipe out the virus in the bodies of people. We have been able to do this with a certain number of viruses over time, and we're still researching, which particular metals or minerals, nanoparticles will work best in this case. It's just water you drink. So around us, nobody gets any of these herpes bubbles any longer. For years and years now, since we started using the nanoparticles, the water from the nanoparticles, all the people who use it, we haven't seen any of those blisters appear on them again. And none of the people drinking it have caught COVID at all, even without masks, even during the peak of COVID in China. We used to go meet people who didn't have the right, what they call hukou in China. They were in the wrong cities, and they had extremely high temperatures, and we would meet them face to face quietly because they didn't know where to go. We would hand them the water to drink, they would get well, and we didn't have masks, we never caught COVID. And I don't want to drag this long, but I just want to say that Chinese medicine can address the syndromes that relate to those things, clear out the environments, and the rest speaks for itself.
Well, I hope that young lady was helped. I really hope so, because go to your doctor and check on those the virus that I still cannot say the name. Okay, yeah. So she says thank you. We that's why we're here today, to answer your questions, to have these doctors be able to answer your question. Yeah, she says thank you very much.
Before she goes, maybe I can chip in one word.
Sure, Mr. David, Dr. David, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much for the contributions and guidance provided by fellow doctors around. Yes, looking at our lady here, she mentioned quite all right. Yes, I know she's a female. She mentioned 3 issues that ran around her. Okay, one, she said she had menstrual disorders. Two, she said she had fluid in the belly. The term, I'll be very strict with the terms she used. And then the other thing she mentioned was the blisters around the pubic region, okay, the pubic area. And the way she mentioned her menstrual issues, she mentioned of having them after quite a long time, probably after a year. All right. Now, looking at this condition of hers, of course, for the sake of privacy, I won't ask her any questions around here. But looking at the whole phenomena, there is menstrual disorder here, which came first? Is it the fluid in the belly? Is it the menstrual problem that came up first? Or is it the blisters that came first? Okay, despite that, let's look at her having the fluid in the belly. All right, there are so many causes of the fluid in the belly. Of course, we do not have the records of how much fluid was found in the belly and for how long, and has this fluid been attempted to be removed surgically or by piercing a needle in it, or is just a fluid that is at the certain pouch or position of the uterus or things like that, certain patches, we are not sure. But in case, let's say, for example, this fluid was coming from the belly itself, is in the belly itself. There could be many causes that may include, could be a heart problem, could be a liver problem, could be all sorts of issues that can come in. And of course, these things, if they stand for a long time, will lead to what Dr. Balinga has mentioned already. He mentioned to say issues of anemia. Anemia sets in, anemia brings a lot of problems. Of course, we're going back to the heart, okay? We're going back to the heart. Anemia itself can bring problems to the heart. The heart itself can end up bringing up fluids here and here and there. And with anemia, many things are going to set in because the immune system calms down. The immune system is just degree outside this anemia thing. There could be any other issues also in addition to anemia, existing anemia. There could be already maybe existing endocrine metabolic problem, the hormonal issues probably that are setting in, or because we don't have much of the history about this one, so we cannot comment much. And looking at the blisters, of course, there's so many causes of these blisters, and I may not be in position to name them, but I'll comment on based on what has already been provided on the stage. For example, the herpes. I won't say she has herpes, but I'll just comment in general terms, herpes. You may get it, for those who are not very clear about it, you may get it either by sexual or sexual contact or by a mere kiss. TPK, I'm telling you this. By a mere kiss, you may get it, all right? And of course, the doctors have mentioned to say most of people have this existing. It is, but it becomes prominent or it produces symptoms when your immune system calms down. That immune system calms down, it could be diabetes, it could be to HIV and AIDS, it could be existing cancer or any other problems that you already have that may cause this herpes simplex to create other symptoms that may include blisters on the mouth and some certain selected area along the nerves, the nervous system. It happens like that. And medically, of course, in those areas, medically, we've been using a drug, an antiviral drug called acyclovir. Acyclovir, ACYCLOVIR. Acyclovir helps in relieving symptoms, as it has been mentioned. It helps in relieving symptoms. When things go worse, you deal with the cause of the problem. Why has this virus become active now? Am I treating the virus, or am I treating what caused this virus to become active in a way it's not supposed to be active? So as what the moderator said, the lady, our sister, needs to go to hospital, be evaluated, give a full history and get full evaluation to find the root cause of what is around her. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much, doctors. This is I have learned so much. I can't spell half of the words though. Dr. Balinga, I have a beef with you after the program is over. Not really a beef, but I have some questions to ask you because I really got scared when you started displaying your list of symptoms, and I could name maybe like 10 of them that I already experienced now. So I started getting scared, but it's okay. Well, I'll go over those with you after 10 p.m. when everyone leaves. But Mr. Edmund, you have some questions for our doctors. Go ahead. Constellation, it is your turn to ask your questions.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I've dropped my questions at the drop-down box. Hello.
Yes, I got kicked out. I lost it. Sorry.
Okay. I have two
Go ahead.
questions. Yeah, the first one, why does the general population prefer to use clinical medicine over traditional medicine? That's the first question. While the second question is, what are your organization doing in terms of publicity to reach out to patients that may be in need of traditional medicine? Yeah, thank you.
Any of the doctors can answer that, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. Can I answer the number one?
Sure. Go
Okay,
ahead.
sure.
I see natural medicine written there, so I think that is my job. So I think I can answer something like that.
Okay, go ahead, doctor.
Okay. Natural medicine is not a symptom suppressant. Orthodox medicine is a symptom suppressant. You know what I mean by symptom suppressant is, for instance, you are having a particular ailment, and then let me even go straight, because I don't believe where you think you are saying something against some others medicine. You understand? But let me say this, all right? There is a clear difference when you use natural medicine.
Okay, we may have lost him. Okay, any one of you, Dr. David, Dr. Balinga, Mr. Mrs., why do we choose to use Western medicine instead of going the natural way? Yeah, go ahead.
You run out of money. And health, he created no capital. He created no hospital. He created nature. God created nature, in which means there is no problem.
Okay, we cannot hear you. Muted yourself. Unmute yourself, please. Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is natural medicine is not a symptom suppressant. Why orthodox medicine is a symptom suppressant. Like, for instance, somebody is having malaria, let me say, and you walk into pharmacy to buy medicine. Most of the medicine they're going to give you is going to suppress all the symptoms you have. It's not going to get the root of the malaria. But when you use the natural medicine, it gets to the root of the problem and fix it. Now, when you have a fibroid, all right, and you are getting a lot of different kind of symptoms from you, and then you walk into the pharmacy or you go to the hospital to get some medicine. Trust me, they're gonna give you a lot of medicine. Why do they give you a lot of medicine? So that it can be able to eliminate those symptoms for you. It eliminate the symptoms, but not get to the root of the problem. Which means if you go to the hospital and then they do surgical process for you for your fibroid, trust me, in a couple of years to come, there is a high chances that the fibroid will grow back again. And it's not just going to grow back again, it's going to grow back in multiple if you surgically remove single fibroid. Now, but if you use natural medicine to take care of fibroid, trust me, you will never hear about fibroid again for the rest of your life. Why? Because natural medicine goes straight to the root to take care of those problems. It doesn't cut the branches, but pharmaceutical medicines cut the branches. Why? Pharmaceutical can even cut down the tree. Why? The root is still in the ground. So if the root is still in the ground, there is a chance that all these things can actually come up again. But it's only few people that understand this. Only the few that understand this goes to natural medicine. Only few that understand this goes to natural medicine. So orthodox medicines, they are just symptom suppressants. If you are feeling some itches on your body, for instance, you have a skin disease and you see some patches on your skin, then you walk into the pharmacy and you explain to them, hello, sir, please, I'm having some rashes on my skin. There is a patches. Trust me what they're going to give you. They might give you a cream. They might have you to see some dermatologist. I believe I get that right. For you to, they just check and say, oh yeah, it's just a skin disease. To give you some cream and then you apply it on it. Yes, if you apply those cream on it, those symptoms will go away. But trust me, in the near future, you will see them coming back again. That is pharmaceutical for you. But when it comes to natural medicine, in natural medicine, they're going to explain. We believe that most things that shows on your face must have caused first before they begin to show on your skin. Most things.
Okay.
Please.
Yeah, we lost him. Yeah. Okay.
Please, I have a question to Dr. Ruth, if you don't mind, Dr. Bellingham, please.
Yeah, Mr. Ken, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you very much. Dr. Ruth, I don't know. My question was to Dr. Ruth.
Just be dry by itself before it dries finish. Why? Because you already kill it from the root. So that is a clear difference between orthodox medicines and the natural medicine. So most people believe something fast. They want something fast in their system. Somebody is having okay, for instance, let me talk about that fibroid again. Somebody is having fibroid now, for instance, and you're getting a lot of pain, a lot of bleeding here and there. You know, it's very uncomfortable, right? And you want it out immediately. You want it out of your system. So people go to pharmaceutical, people go to hospital, people meet the surgeon that they want to get that fibroid out. Getting fibroid out is not the solution. I'm sorry. No, it's not. Because it's still going to grow back. But you kill it from the root. Killing surface of the skin is not a problem. For instance, you are a man. Hold on a minute.
Okay. For instance, you are a man and you are experiencing weak erection. Are you hearing me? Please, please let me know if you're.
We can hear you.
Yes, sure, okay. I can hear you. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, for instance, you are a man and you are experiencing weak erection. And you're experiencing weak erection and you keep on using Viagra. You keep on using Viagra today, you use Viagra tomorrow. Do you know that Viagra will help you in a very short while? Why? Because Viagra will only treat that symptoms you are feeling, which means erection. Erection is a symptoms. Weak erection is a symptoms. It's not a problem. So you need to identify the problem and fix the problem, not identify the symptoms and fix the symptoms. That is what pharmaceutical will do for you. Pharmaceutical medicines will fix the symptoms, not fix the problem. So if you are a man and then you are experiencing weak erection and you went to ask them to go and buy Viagra, Or you complain to one pharmacist and say, pharmacy, I can't do well. I mean, I need to get a good erection. Is there any medicine you're going to give me? Trust me, he's going to prescribe an erectile booster for you. And that erectile booster can only work for that moment. And tomorrow it's gone, which means you have to go again to buy another one. No, it doesn't work like that. But when you choose natural medicine to fix that, natural medicine will not just boost your erection, but it will look for the causes. What happened? What caused the weak erection? Because weak erection, for instance, if you come to me and then you explain to me you're having weak erection, I will just, yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, sorry, no, I thought you were still, just go on after I'll ask my question.
I believe,
Dr.
I cannot hear him, but I believe Constellation had a second question that has not been answered.
Yes, sure. I have a second question. Hello. Yeah, hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. The second question is, like now he said, he just gave an identity of the uses, of the advantage and disadvantage. But still, most people still, like, no matter what he says right now, the general people, public, they still prefer to use clinical medicine because probably they must have done a lot of research, they must have given a lot of reasons, they must be, they must have had a lot of articles, kind of like a marketing on clinical medicine. That's why people may tend to use them more. So my second question is, what are your organization doing in terms of publicity to reach out to patients that may be needing your service? So what does Dr. Balinga's team and the other doctors, what are they doing in terms of reaching out, trying to convince people that yes, this is what you need to use, rather than going to the clinical medicine to solve a problem that can easily be solved with traditional medicine?
I think my network went off concerning that when I was talking. I don't know if I can still continue and also answer the second question. Is that okay?
Okay, sure. Okay. Yeah, just proceed.
Okay, so I don't want to take our time in. Okay, I don't want to take our time in this, but to the second question, I think that applies to each and everybody in their line of their work, But in the line of my own work, to be able to convince people to use natural medicine is a little bit hard these days. Yes, hard. But what I'm trying to do it in a practical way for me to be able to convince people. So on my social media, on the social media, I usually do a video. I demonstrate some natural medicines, and then I show them, and then I try to explain to them verbally on how it works, and also to share some testimonies with them, because there is nothing as beautiful as testimony, So it's when you see something, you'll be able to believe in it. So on my website, I have a lot of videos on it, and in which I be able to tell people tell them how the natural medicine works and what's good about natural medicine. And right here too, last week I talked about bitter cola. I think I bought some bitter cola today. For those of us that doesn't know, bitter cola is part of it. I always have it in my car. Man must stand like a man. So I have it with me. Always have it in there. And not just that. Also, there is another thing called walnuts. This is walnut. I don't know if anybody knows what is African walnut. It's part of what works for man as a man to be a good man every time, especially during complete man. So all this what I do in my video to show everybody and to demonstrate to them that natural medicine works. And not just that, very soon I'm working on writing a book to be able to give the books out for free. I'm sure everybody can hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Very soon I'm working on book to be able to tell people how natural medicine works, and it's really good for everybody, because people believe, some people their belief about natural medicine is quite different. Some people believe natural medicine is voodoo, it's magic. It's like juju, but natural medicine is not juju. It's just nature. It's by you making use of what is around you to help yourself. You understand? So not just video and not just book. Also, I'm trying to work on I'm meeting some newspapers in Nigeria and be able to put articles on newspaper so that people will be able to learn about natural medicines and then walk up to us or any other natural medicine around them and make use of it. There is nothing as people have used natural medicines. I've seen one of my patients that has spent nothing less than $12,000 on one particular ailment, and what actually cured her is actually at the back of her house, and she actually needs to get there and get it for free and prepare it for yourself, and then you are okay. So a lot of people don't know that what can actually take care of them is within them. By them, a lot of people are queuing in your hospital today, trying to see the doctor. After seeing the doctor, do this process here and there. Even before you even get to doctor, the sickness already, so much in the system. But you can actually take care of yourself with natural medicines. So for me to be able to let people know, there is book, there is videos, there is audio, and also I'm going to newspaper publications to be able to tell people so that people can be able to take care of themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you so much. Mr. Edmund, I hope your answer was questioned due to the time restraint. Yeah, and we have Mr. Ken who has a question here. And then when Mr. Ken finishes, then we will end our program. And for those that would like to stay afterwards, we can continue torturing our doctors today. Go ahead, Mr. Ken. Over to you.
Yeah, sorry. One last request from the last speaker. Sorry. Hello.
Okay.
Doctor.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Constellation. Go ahead.
Okay. Is it possible for Dr. Balinga and the other doctors to share us some success stories video of the patient that must have been cured?
Okay.
So that at least we can lay our hands to that. Thank you.
Could we continue that question after we end our meetings, so we can relieve people? You can do your question number 3. Yeah, we'll go to Mr. Ken so he can ask his. Mr. Ken.
Okay, Dr. Ruth. This is a little bit. I cannot say it's controversial, but traditional medicine is good. We all know that, but to be honest, we need Western medicine too. I will give you instances. I want to ask this straight. There are illnesses or there are diseases that are very similar, and we all know most herbalists cure maybe by assumptions of symptoms. Maybe you can go and say you have your stomach is paining you and this. But with Western medicine or clinical medicine, we know diagnosis, maybe you give your stool, you give your blood, it's taken to the lab, they know exactly what is happening. But I can tell you with all honesty, traditional medicine is good. It is almost impossible to see a herbalist getting into the lab to carry out this diagnosis before treatment. So now, what I'm wanting to ask you is, like you see the Chinese medicine, it's almost like the traditional medicine. They've developed it. What are you, herbalists, African herbalists, doing to develop African medicine rather than just telling us it is good, it is good? What are the steps taken? Like people have a modern lab like we're seeing in China. So that's my question.
May I come in, Mr. Ken?
Yes.
Yes, I remember this question, Mr. Ken, was asked in one of the topics we had a few months ago. And I even remember Dr. Balinga answered this question. Okay, unless it's a revision question, yes, I would support it for the purpose of clearing the air, and I support this question. It can go ahead. But I would like also to get back to the comments that have been made on the clinical medicine and traditional medicine. I've studied medicine for more than 16 years now, and I've practiced. So a combination of studying medicine and practicing, it's about 22 years or so. But I'll never stop learning. That is, I will never stop learning till I get to my grave. Yeah, I'll never stop learning each and every minute, each and every day. But let me give you a little bit of an experience of these Western traditional medicines. I'll give you first example I'll give you is about patients I meet here in China and patients I met back home. One is this. Somebody is ill. Somebody is very ill and what? They go see the traditional sangombas, they see everybody there. Now that things are at the end of the age, they bring that patient to me. The time I come to try to check on this patient, the liver is already gone, overdosage of traditional herbs. The kidneys are gone, are mashed out, I can't repair them. I don't have even chance for transplant, all right? You know, what is the problem? This problem does not only exist in Africa, it also exists here. What is the problem? It's because the dosages, nobody can tell me exact dosage of a herbal medicine, but I feel quite all right. There's some medicines that have specific doses, but there's some which are even struggling up to now. What dosage? And some combination of medicines, to tell you the truth, the audience, some combination of medicines is combined to see which one works better for this situation. All right, okay. So I'm not saying herbal medicine does not work. Get me right. The situations where Western medicine has got no solution at all, but the herbal medicine comes in. So many theories, so many principles, so much evidence there. Our parents have got evidence, our grandparents have got evidence, and most of our friends who've studied this have got evidence. As I once said, I'm a village boy, I've used herbs from my childhood. At undergraduate level, I did traditional and Western medicine, integrated Chinese and Western medicine. I've practiced medicine here and practiced medicine home. So if I was to stand here, to start telling people to say, ladies and gentlemen, herbs are the best more than Western medicine, I would use one word. This is a very dangerous statement. Many patients have died because of this very statement. We should give options to say, all right, when we have this kind of a situation, well, we've tried, but just in case things go well, please go try a prayer. Maybe a prayer can work. Or maybe go try a herb. Maybe a herb can work. Or this situation, we know that this situation, herbs work better. But the moment you're going to say only herbs can work, no, this statement, I'm sorry, it's very dangerous and it has killed many, many people. Western medicine, I've practiced medicine, I'm practicing medicine. We look at something, we find it, we find evidence, and we treat. We do not treat symptoms. Even all my statements have been saying, if you treat the symptoms, if you're a medical doctor who's been trained to treat symptoms, please go back to school. You still have 20 more years to study medicine. You should understand the science. It's the science, it's the pathophysiology, it's the causes of the disease, it's you understand what caused this. If you don't understand, consult another person. Remember, one doctor cannot solve everything. That's why there's what is called specialization. All right. But at undergraduate, we are trained generally, simple things everybody can handle. As things get complicated, you solve your stuff. Like I'm endocrine. I'll solve all these hormonal issues. I'll solve them. I'll solve all these complicated BPs. I'll solve them because that's my specialty. All right. So if I am to say that I'm going to use a hormone, I'm going to use a herb to solve hormonal issues, then I would need evidence. I would need evidence. Which hormone is this herb going to work? Which channel is it going to use? Which receptor is it going to affect? What will be the effect? What can I use as a marker? If I'm burning charcoal, if I'm using fire to burn charcoal, I should see to burn wood. I should see the wood changing from wood to charcoal to ash to nothing. There's evidence that this thing has happened, stage 1. Stage 2 has happened. I can mark with my eyes. I can mark with the camera. I can mark with everything. Then it goes like that. There is evidence like that. So let us be frank with things. In medicine, some things cannot be sorted out with Western medicine. They can be sorted out even with prayer, faith. You remember what one time our Dr. Balinga once mentioned? There are times where you can be here affecting somebody's life who's in Africa. Do you know that part of it is faith? It's part of it is faith. All right, just telling, all right, I'll touch you on your head. You believe you'll be healed. Some conditions you'll be healed, including impotence itself. You'll be healed because you believe. And what you believe is strong. But if we are to take one type of treatment as impossible or evil or what, then we are lost there. But in medicine, real practice, you give options to the patient. Even those that don't believe that is right, what is right, you give options. You give options, they go sort out themselves. But if I'm going to say, this one can be sorted out like this, my friend, we've buried many. We have buried many, I'm sorry. Thank you.
So I believe Mr. Ken, did they answer your question? Mr. Ken? Okay. I believe what I'm hearing is, in mathematical terms, if we were to use like a Venn diagram, there is an intersection there between the traditional medicine and also the Western medicine. They cannot be exclusive of each other. So we need to use both. It depends on what situation. That's what I'm hearing Dr. David say. At this moment, our time has passed. We would like to thank everyone from coming. Thank you so much for joining us. We have so many questions. I know that we're going to have our doctors back again someday, maybe not next time, but we will find another time because we have so many questions that we need to ask. I myself, I have so many questions that I need to ask. So thank you so much. Mr. Michael, Mr. Ken, if you can hear me, would you like to say the vote of thanks? By the way, when we end our session, we're going to stay. For those that can stay, we're going to ask our doctors some more questions. Mr. Michael.
Yeah. Thank you so much, my dear sister, Ms. Emilia Bywaters, for your evergreen contributions. We appreciate you. Yeah, we want to appreciate Dr. Balinga and his beautiful wife for evergreen contributions. We thank you. We gain we have a lot of insight tonight. It's always new. Anytime we hear you speak, it's always new. We want to appreciate you, and we have taken record of tonight's event, and they are all coming to. We are all going to. They are all coming on the magazine. So for those who could not take note tonight, just look out for the next edition of BridgeAfrique magazine, and you will see everything there explained. So and Dr. Roots, we sincerely appreciate you, despite the fact that it's on a trip to reveal to us. We appreciate you. And Dr. Shola could not be here tonight because of one engagement or the other, but he sincerely regretted that and promised that we always, anytime we're having a similar program, it will be here. But we send this PPT so that we can use it, for the benefit of people who are, unable to see him, tonight. So we appreciate you all. We appreciate you, and we want to
sincerely, thank you for your, evergreen, selfless contribution to the humanity. I was with Dr. Balinga tonight and his wife yesterday, and his wife, and honestly, I feel so relieved. All the things he has been practicing, he has been saying, I experienced it physically yesterday. And narration is the poor brother of witnessing. You need to have a physical contact with the couple to understand the value of what they are saying. Not just hearing it. You need to get moved near to them. You need to see it. I mean, by the time I woke up this morning, I understand how all these things works. It's magical, And I was also in the group of Dr. Roots. Everything he has been saying, the new insights, fresh insights. I mean, one needs to connect with these people to have full benefit of what they are saying. You need to be there. You need to be in their groups. You need to connect with them physically, and we experience all this. They are not magic, according to Dr. Balinga. All these things are not magic. You can. There are things you can even do for yourself. I practiced something yesterday at Dr. Balinga's place, and I was surprised that I possess such magical power within me. It's a miracle. I mean, thank you so much, Dr. Balinga and Dr. Lisette. We appreciate you, and thank you so much, Dr. Roots. We hope to see more of you, hear more of you. I mean, enjoy more of you in our Zooms, in our programs. And Emilia Bywaters, over to you. Thank you so much for the time.
Okay, Mr. Ken, are you there? Okay.
I think network problem.
Well, yes, I understand. Okay, so let's not forget the mastermind that works behind the scene, Mr. Constellation. Would you like to say a vote of thanks? Okay. I will say thank you on behalf of Mr. Constellation.
Yeah, thank you very much. I can hear you. Hello.
Okay, there he is. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much for the program. It was very, very educative. But my only question and my curiosity is that they should try to provide us with some videos so we can try to share some publicity on why people should use the traditional medicine more often.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Pepe, are you there? Would you like to say a vote of thanks as well?
Yeah, thank you very much. This was really a wonderful webinar. Thank you to all the doctors in the house, Dr. Balinga, Dr. Roots, Dr. David, every one of you. We appreciate. I really learned a lot today, especially the varicocele. When I read about it, I heard about it and I read it. I feel like this is quite interesting, and a lot of people don't know about this, and I really got to learn a lot today. Thank you so much, and I hope that we got to see you people more and more and learn some knowledge again. Thank you so much. I appreciate everyone, and also those that came into the webinar. God bless you, and always see you supporting us and supporting the program. Thank you so much. Over to you, Miss Emilia.
Yeah, I think I also have to appreciate Barrister Jala of AddictNet for our evergreen supports, one way or the other, and Queen, Queen Modestus of Doctors Insight. They have truly been an inspiration to what we are doing, one way or the other. Thank you to them. And all those in diaspora and back at home that have been nudging us to continue the good work. We appreciate you all. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much. This officially ends our session. Dr. Balinga, Dr. David, Dr. Ruth, you are not off the hook yet. We still want to torture you. This is after the program. So, Mr. Constellation, you may stop recording at this point. because we might ask some off limit type of questions. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming.
We can edit it.
Bye bye to the. I know the last time Constellation regretted not recording his conversation with Dr. Balinga. Yeah. Mr. Constellation, please stop recording.
The recording has stopped.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Edmund, you had a question for the doctors. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay, thank you again. Yeah, Dr. Balinga, well, I think there are about 4 questions now. The first one, I would like to clarify your age because you said 53. I'm not quite sure about that age. So are you 53 or 33?
Really? When I heard that, I was shocked too, you know.
I was shocked. So can you please clarify your age? I mean, passport age.
That's right. Yeah, it's 53. I was actually born on the 8th of March, 1969. That's my birthday.
Oh, that's the passport age or your real or the real age?
No, it's a real age.
Okay, I got it now. I was thinking maybe you were around, like, when I saw your face, I was thinking maybe you were around your late 40s or something like that. Okay.
No, my first daughter should be heading is in her mid 20s. Yeah.
Oh.
Wow.
Starting to head towards her 30s.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. So, Dr. Balinga, please. I think the second question was, like, we all know, like, deep into our heart, we know that traditional medicine is the best. But currently, like, I have some friends. Like, recently, a friend of mine told me that the parents were suffering from some, like, diabetes and some kind of, some kind of sickness. But yet, they are still going to the hospital. So, like, what does your team, or what does the traditional medicine organization do so that they can reach out to the public? Because most people may end up dying in the hospital thinking that that's where they're going to get saved from, but in reality, they could be easily solved by traditional herbs. So, what do you think, or what are you doing, or what are the traditional organization doing? I just want to get some information about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Edmund. The first thing I'd like to say personally is, like, in our case, we're in the process of building up an app, a consultation app that people can just go to directly online, book, and put in their questions, upload a picture of their, and we will come up with a diagnosis, and then on the basis of that, we will tell them what they need to solve their problem. So it's still in the process of being completed. That's why it's not out. But we're building this kind of app to make it easier for people to reach us and to learn that this way can work. But as Dr. David said here, there is something which is true. Western medicine is not an evil thing, but it's just like you cannot say a knife is an evil thing. A knife is a knife. You could choose to use it to peel potatoes, and you could choose to use it to stab someone. The knife is not to blame. It is the mind behind the usage of the knife which is to blame. So Western medicine started off on a good footing. And for many doctors, they're very sincere. They are out to really help people. But there is a system in place now which has become more mercantile than being really out there for you. And it constrains doctors. If doctors go out of these constraints, they might have their licenses revoked. They might even be jailed, or even lose their lives in some cases. So when we say natural medicine is the best, it is true in a sense that your first line of defense is your food. Food is medicine. And this is where medicine begins, with the food you eat. You eat the right things, you're healthy. Eat the wrong things, you get sick. Eat the right things, you get healthy again. So this is the first line of defense. It's food therapy. And the second line of defense is herb therapy. Herbal therapy comes in when food therapy has failed. At least this is how it's supposed to be. When food therapy is unable to do the job, then herbal therapy comes in, because even herbal therapy is not always free of toxicity. Um, so, what are we doing to get people to understand that they can be helped? We're reaching to them through social media. We're building up this app. We're on many platforms. For many years, we've been trying to talk to people. We've even given, like some therapies free of charge. Once in a while, we give out something which can help people to heal themselves, such that, they can help themselves. And we are trying to build up a holistic system which does not exclude any form of medicine, but which favors natural therapy, such as food therapy, herbal therapy, acupuncture, exercise therapy, all of these things. So, in terms of cases like diabetes, in recent times, there have been therapies which have been put out by orthodox medicine, which actually sort out diabetes. There have been some recent cases, and orthodox medicine recently put out announcements stating that intermittent fasting can cure diabetes. And we're talking here about type 2 diabetes, not type 1. Intermittent fasting can cure diabetes. Go check it out online. You will find this is true. But why is this coming out? I think the reason it is this is being put out is because there is too much evidence now that fasting of a certain type and other methods are actually producing results, and more people are moving away from using orthodox medicine. And I suspect, I may be wrong, and I stand to be corrected, this is one of the reasons why the orthodox medicine is moving more towards vaccines than towards pills and the traditional way in which it functioned before. So because there are fewer people, less and less people using orthodox medicine now and moving more and more towards natural medicine, there has been a great push to oblige everyone to go the way of the vaccine, because it is unavoidable, and the financial setup will allow this to be very lucrative. Like I said, I stand to be corrected on that one. But what we are trying to do is to talk to our people. One, we want to avoid putting chemicals in our bodies every time it is possible. And I say every time it is possible because sometimes it's not possible. If you want to save your life, there are certain situations where you must take the chemicals. There are some situations where you take them first, and then when you have recovered from the emergency, you go on to take, the more natural ones, which might be slower working, or, so this is what we're trying to do. And in the case of diabetes, we have many things we can do. Like I said, you may go to purchase metformin at the pharmacy. It drops your blood sugar, etc., etc. But you will find that if you take an egg, like I said last time, boil it, let it cool down, peel it, perforate it, soak it in vinegar, and the next morning eat this egg, drink the vinegar, drink hot water. You will find your blood sugar will drop, probably exactly the same way as metformin will do. Virtually exactly the same, performance as metformin, but this is more, more natural and cheaper. So there are people who cannot afford, regular hospital fees, because these days they have become quite exorbitant in many places. Plus, in many cases, Western medicine is not out to cure you; it's out to alleviate your symptoms, like the doctor said here earlier today. So we have to think about these things. Are we trying to obtain a cure, or are we trying to camouflage the symptoms? Like paint on top of them and pretend they are not there, make you become insensitive to these things. So, like I said, I'm not demonizing one form of medicine, but I'm pointing out the problems we face in today's world with too many chemicals and too much antibiotics in our world. And these antibiotics are causing problems like candidiasis and superbugs and other things which are really creating a major problem today. So what we're doing is just reaching out to people by all means, social media and others, and just letting them know there are alternatives. So we don't force anyone. We just let people know there are alternatives and allow people to still make their own choices. And even if they make the choice of going for Western medicine, we are still there. We will still accompany, we will still assist if they ask for that, or we just sit back and watch until when they think that, they are convinced that this is, the right way to go is a natural way. At this point, we might intervene. But Western medicine also has the ability to damage a human being to the point where they become irrecuperable, even by natural means. This also is another truth, so it goes both ways. The dosage problem in herbal medicine and the chemical, excessive chemical or antibiotic abuse in Western medicine. I don't know if I answered the question. Hello?
Nobody's answering. You've done better, Doc. Yes, you're right. So much right, Doc. I am really in support of that. Most people actually, you know what we found on the, in most cases, we've got people abusing chemicals. And chemicals, of course, include the drugs themselves, the medications themselves. Back home, somebody has headache, they want to go get Panadol. Somebody has diarrhea, they want to go get fluconazole. All right. Somebody has this, they want to take this medicine. And in most cases, what most of us do not know, that each and every drug we use has got an effect, which is a very negative effect, especially with our Western medicine, of course, has got a very negative effect on the melanin. All right. Yes, I'm proud to be black because melanin is 15 to 20 times more expensive than gold. And yes, all right. And it contributes to much of my well-being, my immune system, my sexual drive, my emotions, and everything. The melanin, even the sound of music, the way I appreciate my music as a black person would be very much different from another person. And this one gets destroyed by the drugs. Okay. Yes, doctor. The use of medicine also has to be very well regulated, which is very bad in most cases. As we say, medicine, Western medicine to some degree, I'm sorry to use the word mafia. All right. It's like a mafia situation where somebody, as Dr. Balinga has mentioned, to say some doctors do things to save their lives, and some situations because of ethics and whatever things, you may end up to do things here and there that may not be right in most cases. But to give options, you're home and dry. All right. And if you're not sure, you do another way around. You go another way round. There are certain medications that can be advertised by a certain company because they've got too much money. They've got too much money, so they've got influence. So they influence everybody. They even go to corrupt your people back home and whatever. And this medicine will be put in the market. We've seen such things happen. And what do we expect? We expect damage, total damage, total damage. Yes, Doc.
Right, Mr. Edmond.
I just interrupted the doc. Yes, I interrupted the doc, sorry, because there was no one talking.
Yeah, so while waiting for our moderator or Mr. Edmond, I just wanted to make mention of one thing which a lot of us Africans should know. As Africans, we tend to be very naive about the world. We tend to be like children, a little infantile in our approach to things. We are still innocent, relatively, compared to the European world or the Asian world. They have much more exposure to, how can I say, the vicissitudes of human nature. So when you see a white man and you tell him this is an apple, most of the time he's already suspicious of you, and you're saying that is an apple. Before you have finished opening your mouth, he has started investigating or accusing you. But if you say to an African, this is an apple, oh yes, if I bite it, will it be sweet? He's already about to bite it, or he goes ahead and bites it. We don't have this very suspicious mind as Africans, generally speaking, because we are still simple, we are still relatively naive when it comes to how evil human nature can be. And when it comes to capitalism, the world has reached a point where capitalism is has gone out of control to the point where there is a patho economy now. It means nations have come to realize that they can they can leverage pathologies to make money. They are no longer waiting for people to be sick to sell you the drugs. They help you to be sick in order to sell you the drugs. And it has gotten to the point, I don't have the evidence to back it here, the clear evidence to give to you, where it is possible to manufacture diseases now in order to sell the cures to people. And we are the last in the world.
Yes,
to
thank you. My network was bad, but I heard you. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. So as Africans, we are the last people to come to understand this, that there are people who are vile enough, who are evil enough to be willing to manufacture diseases in order to be able to sell you the cure. We find it easy to accept that there were people who are vile enough to manufacture an atom bomb and drop it on top of women and children. It wasn't on soldiers that they dropped these things. They just dropped them on random cities. And for people who don't know, Hiroshima and Nagasaki, they were not planning to drop these bombs on these cities, but when the planes went out and there was cloud cover and they couldn't drop them on the targets they wanted to drop, they just decided to pick any city, anyone, just drop them anywhere. And they dropped them on civilians. That's what was done. It was, the majority were women and children who were blasted like this. So this is human beings. This is pharma is a source of income. Companies will kill people who stand in the way of them obtaining oil, or selling oil and making big money. They will kill you too if you stand in the way of them making money through the pharmaceutical industries. These are truths. These are realities we have to come to accept, to understand as Africans, that it is now possible for certain economic entities to manufacture diseases, to bring them to you to ensure you are sick so they can give you medicines. In South Africa, there is evidence. In France, there was evidence. The French government had to apologize to Black people for testing syphilis on them. And in the United States of America, diseases were given to the Native Americans by giving them blankets which had been, steeped in all kinds of horrible diseases so they could get sick and die off so the land could be taken away from them. They were applied with alcohol and other things. So these things are not new. So for some people to get outraged sometimes when you suspect that a virus may be manufactured or you suspect that a bacterium may be manufactured, it's childish, it's naive. Not every virus is manufactured, but some are. I have worked in the West. I studied in the West. I know we can do this. Even I know how to manipulate some of these things. It is possible to do these things. So Africans need to wake up and understand that we have to become our own doctors. Even if we are going to take chemicals, let's take them from our own people. They will have a bigger problem fighting their consciences before they choose to kill us. It's better to get it from our own people. And whenever we can, let's start with our foods. Let's make our foods healthy. This is the first line of defense in medicine. And after our foods, let's go for our herbs. After our herbs, if they cannot work, let's go for the chemicals. But let's try to get our own doctors to deal with those chemicals before we take it. Let's not be taking it from the outside.
Well, I think we have trouble with our own Black people trusting our own.
Yeah.
We would rather trust a white man before we go trust our own. But Dr. Balinga, I wanted to ask you, you believe if you believe in hypertension medicine, blood pressure medicine.
Well, I think that there are some extreme cases where, like chemical medicines for hypertension can be used when the situation is so bad that there is nothing else you can do. But most of the people who come to me for hypertension, I deal with this without medicine. I have had even a medical student of mine who had a mind of his own for a number of years, and he left China. Been working in Cameroon. He he wasn't listening to some of the advice I was giving because he wanted to establish himself in his own way of thinking, and I can understand this. Now, this particular student, for the last 2 years or so, has been suffering from hypertension, and it's been getting worse and worse and worse. And when he couldn't handle it any longer, he referred to me not so long ago. He referred to me, and I told him, go and take 4 needles, 4 acupuncture needles, and place 2 on your feet and 2 on your hands. And when he did that, the blood pressure dropped immediately. And since then, he has not complained again. Now, he was taking medicines, Western medicine, traditional medicines. He was having problems keeping the pressure down, and the situation was gradually worsening. I just asked him to take 4 acupuncture needles because he learned acupuncture here, but he didn't know where to put them. He had been trying to use acupuncture and he still couldn't get the blood pressure down. But when I told him where exactly to place those 4 needles, he got the pressure down. So most of the time, I don't believe people need chemical medicines to drop their blood pressure. Most of the time, they don't. They just need to eat right, or sorry.
I was gonna ask you to elaborate how that works. What's going on there? What's being balanced in those 4 needles being in the hand and the feet?
To explain it from a layman's perspective, Chinese medicine says energy can go up, in which case your brain can work, you can speak, you can talk, you can vomit. All of these are signs of energy moving upwards. If we just think about energy in a simple manner, it's going up, so food can go up. When it's going down, food can be digested. You can go to the toilet, you can go to pee and poo. And when energy is expanding, you will sweat and you will send out heat. When energy is contracting, you will feel cold. When energy is stagnating, you feel tired, you cannot move, and you get things like tumors. So energy can move basically in 5 directions: up, down, open, close, and stand still. Now, in terms of what the needles do, some needle positions just pull the energy downward towards the lower part of your body. Some acupuncture points pull energy upward towards the upper part of your body. Some acupuncture points expand the energy outward from the center of your body towards the periphery. Some of them contract energy from the skin going in towards the internal organs. And some of them cause your blood to slow down. It really slows down or even stops moving. So I've just simplified it, what the needles do. Now, why do you position them here and not there? This is a little bit complex for me to explain to you now, but also can be done in some other sessions later. But let's just say that there are certain systems inside of our body which relate to our brains. Our brains can produce every chemical you can buy at the pharmacy. Your body can produce it. And you just need to get the brain to give the order, to give the instruction. Now, the needles can cause your brain to give those instructions. So in hypertension, what happens? Your blood vessels usually will constrict, and the passageway for blood to go through is restricted. And so the pressure grows as the heart goes into overdrive to try to force the blood through. So if you can cause vasodilation, you can cause the blood vessels to dilate, to relax, and to open up, then you can cause the blood to flow freely. And this has to do with the autonomous nervous system. So the needles can control the autonomous nervous system to cause vasodilation and drop the blood pressure. This is possible. I can cause your blood pressure to rise. I can cause it to drop.
Okay, I have been doing some acupuncture lately, and when they put the needles in my hands and in my feet, those nerve endings hurt the most, and that pain is sometimes unbearable. And so the last time I noticed that the doctor did not put it on the hand nor the feet. I mean, no, yeah, she put it on my legs, yeah, on my stomach, and then on my head, but not on my hands or my feet. And I was like, thank you, Jesus. It didn't hurt that bad. But are the hands and the feet the best position?
Not always. There are many different schools of acupuncture, and they function differently. Korean acupuncture might only needle your hands, the inside of the palms, and a few points on the back. And they don't bother to touch your body at all. Chinese acupuncture will puncture the whole body, different parts of the whole body. But even Chinese acupuncture has different schools of thoughts, and all of them work, but they work differently. Some of them will focus mostly on the hands and the feet, or the feet all the way to the knees and the fingers all the way to the elbows. Others focus only on your stomach region. Some others between your stomach and your back, and some others on your head. This is scalp acupuncture. And we have auricular acupuncture as well, only on the ears. This works too. So there are many schools of acupuncture. It depends on which one the doctor that treated you belonged to. And in China, traditionally, they use thicker and longer needles because traditionally this is what they always did. In my case, I use extremely thin needles and usually not long. Insertion is not too deep, and they are usually not particularly painful. They're more like mosquito bites, and sometimes you don't even know that I inserted the needle. Manipulation is minimal when you use a system such as the 8 extraordinary or 8 miraculous channel acupuncture. Only 8 needles can cure everything, and the needles are not moved. So once the needles are inserted, they are left alone for about 40 minutes to an hour without being touched at all. If you describe the pain, the kind of pain you describe, I know this is 5-element acupuncture which was used on you. And in this case, there will be a lot of needle manipulation to stimulate the nerve endings. This is quite difficult to bear for most people. So I rarely use that system of acupuncture. So it's easier. Mr. Kolawole Michael was with us yesterday with a number of people. He watched what I did with the needles. Most people were very okay with the needles. In his case, I used electricity. I used electricity to stimulate the same points. But in the case of the other gentleman, I used needles and they were fine. It wasn't all that painful. Yes.
I have to admit, I'm one of those skeptical persons. I've been doing science pretty much all my life before I even switched to math. But this year, I have aggressively pursued acupuncture, and the just the changes in my body. I mean, I'm just like, wow, I never knew such a thing existed. So I'm really grateful. I'm grateful to that. Yeah. And I'm ready to explore more on the traditional medicine, which we already use in Africa anyway. In all of our villages, we use traditional medicine all the time. Yeah.
So if I may,
what I
traditional medicine
yeah.
is wonderful.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
If I may say something, I want to help everybody here to start to understand medicine, natural medicine. When we talk about yin and yang, just take ground level, the ground as the line, the limit. Anything which grows under the ground is basically yin. Anything which grows above ground is basically yang. So if you take cocoa yams, if you take yams, if you take cassava, if you take carrots, these things are roots, they're tubers, they're growing under the ground. They are basically going to nourish the yin of your body, the fluids, the body fluids, and the material aspects of the body. Those that are hanging in trees or in the air, like corn and others, they will mostly feed your yang because they're suspended in the air. So anything which is suspended above ground, as it rises further and further above ground, is more and more yang. But as it descends deeper and deeper into the earth, it's more and more yin. But also there are colors that are more yin or yang. In Chinese medicine, for example, red colors would treat your blood circulatory system, your heart, and so on. And yellow colors would treat your spleen and your stomach, yellow or orangish colors, mostly your spleen and stomach, digestive system. When you're looking at white colors are mostly going to treat your lungs and your large intestines. Black colors or colorless like water or glass are going to treat your kidneys and urinary bladder mostly. You're looking at green colors or bluish colors, they are mostly going to treat your liver and your gallbladder. And it comes with taste, flavors as well. Bitter taste, bitter flavors will treat more of the heart, small intestines, and sweet flavors will treat the spleen and the stomach and the pancreas. Acrid, spicy flavors will treat the lungs and the large intestines. Salty flavors will treat the kidney and the urinary bladder. Sour flavors will treat the liver and the gallbladder. And so when you understand these things, you understand the colors, you understand the shapes, you understand the location, and so on, you easily look at a food and you can turn it into medicine. For example, if you take a watermelon, right? A watermelon, you probably will not eat the outside. You will not eat the peel, which is greenish usually. You don't eat that. So you're going to eat the part inside, which is red color, right? Now the red color is going to treat the heart and the blood. It's going to go to the blood. And the watermelon, because it's full of liquid, of water, contains the water element as well, which is kidney and urinary bladder. So the combination of treating the kidney, urinary bladder, the heart, and the small intestine, which is what a watermelon will do after you eat it, will cause you to go to the bathroom very often. You're going to pee several times. You will feel thirsty, you drink water, and you feel much cooler almost immediately. It has reduced the heat in the body using the body fluids. This is what a watermelon can do. And just by looking at the color and the consistency, the water content of it, you will know this. If you take a lemon, for example, it is sour. You know, because it's sour, it's going to affect your liver and your gallbladder. And so it's going to soothe the liver and the gallbladder, dredge them, and it's going to bring down the liver energies. So we have things like this. You take olive oil. Olive oil is viscous, okay? And its color is what? It's a greenish color. Olive oil is a greenish color. And you take a lime, which is greenish as well, which is sour. Olive oil is sour, but slightly prickly, slightly acrid. So you're going to get the prickly in the olive oil goes to metal, which is large intestines and lungs. The oil itself, its color goes to the liver, directly to the liver and the gallbladder. And so when you combine this with lemon juice, which is also sour, which dredges the liver, olive oil and lemon juice will soften gallbladder stones, and used in a particular way will actually flush the gallbladder stones out. So when you know these things, it's very easy to mess around with your food and turn your food into medicine. You know, you
can play chemistry by using colors. And some people will say, this is not scientific. Why would you say red foods go to the heart, the circulatory system, and then yellow foods go to the spleen and the stomach? Now I want to ask a question to people who are listening to this. Is red not a color? It is. What is color? Color is light spectrum. It's about light spectra. So if you're looking at colors and you're looking at chromotherapy, you're looking at how to use a spectra of light to treat diseases. Now, you could decide to use very expensive computers to feed you the information that the red light goes from this frequency to this frequency. And the yellow light goes from this frequency to that frequency. And green light goes from this frequency to that frequency. Black light, absorbs all of the frequencies. And then, you can decide to go the scientific way and get a lot of expensive equipment to tell you that. But traditionally, people didn't need to know this. They already understood that these colors had energies which were able to treat certain things. And when you go scientifically to investigate the spectra of light, today modern medicine is moving towards light therapy. And this is the medicine of the future. And what are they using? Exactly the same things, the frequencies of red light, the frequencies of blue light, and so on. So the ancient people already knew these things, but our arrogance as modern people does not allow us to accept that ancient people, ancient farmers and others could know better than what we have spent so much money and so much time trying to learn.
Oh.
Wow.
So I have a question.
Go ahead.
Okay, I want to ask that, is there a natural way in which, like, you are having difficulty in sleeping at night? Is there something you can do? As you mentioned, maybe you can eat a fruit, or you can do maybe a natural exercise or something.
Yes. There are ways that you can use to control that. So you could, for example, do some breathing exercises. You will notice when you're about to fall asleep, each person today, try to pay attention on your breathing rate, your respiratory rate, when you're about to fall asleep. You will notice that your breathing rate changes. You start to breathe more slowly and longer. You're taking deeper and longer breaths, in-breath. And that is what is making you want to go to sleep. So if you cannot fall asleep, one of the things you can start to do is practice breathing slowly. You are certainly breathing fast and not deep enough. Make your breath deep. Start learning how to breathe with your stomach, not your chest. So when you inhale, your stomach swells like a balloon. When you exhale, your stomach comes back in. 2, make that breath slow. 3, it should be noiseless, such that a person standing beside you cannot hear you breathe. So deepen your breath, make it slow, make it silent. And in the process of doing that, you will fall asleep and not know when it happened.
Thank you so much, sir.
You're welcome. Another thing is eat white foods like tofu, Chinese tofu. You can eat that. And for those who are into dairies, you can drink some milk. White foods tend to cool you down and to make you feel a little bit more sleepy. Some chocolate can help too.
What did you say, the bitter food? Yeah. What about the bitter food? What did you say about bitter? Bitter treats what?
Bitter foods tend to treat inflammation. They take out heat, like fevers. Once the body starts heating up, the body temperature is going up, there's inflammation. You take bitter foods, it drops the temperature. It takes out the heat. So they treat inflammation, they treat heat, fevers, all these kind of things. This is why most fever medication traditionally is really bitter.
Yeah, Dr. Balinga?
Yes.
Dr. Balinga. Yeah, please, I just want you to explain more on this for the purpose of those who, I mean, who doesn't have it. I think after using this, I felt some renewed energy. I just want you to talk more on it, on the composition and, the effects. You understand?
You don't
Because,
have any
I
questions
woke up this morning
of
feeling
what
exactly. So I want everybody to also enjoy it. So could you please talk more on it?
Yes, if I may. If that bottle there is one of our key products, and occasionally we advertise it. Sometimes we don't bother. This is something I'm going to go to my grave with. It is something I researched and understood generations of family practice. Let me make it simple. We take several types of vinegars because you have vinegars, you have 5% vinegar, you have 6%, 7%, 9-degree vinegar. We have different types of vinegars, and we will soak certain herbs and certain foods together at different times on different days to obtain this. So several types of vinegars with certain foods. It's all foods in there. Food therapy. Sometimes we may add herbs. Most of the time, no herbs. It's different kinds of foods we combine and ferment in vinegars in specific ways. We can treat over 100 different diseases with that same product, which we modulate different ways, from malaria to hepatitis B to simple digestive problems to gallbladder stones, to weight loss, to headaches, to skin diseases, itches in the groin, genital area, acne on the face, blurred vision. I'm saying this, it sounds crazy, but if like Mr. Michael only started taking this yesterday, I think, when you take it, you will understand that what I'm saying is true. And as the days go by, you will realize that things are really changing. Your skin starts to glow. You have more energy. You don't feel as hungry as before. You can go through many hours of the day before you feel you need to eat. You start to gradually lose weight. Pimples on your face start to disappear. Your headaches are not coming. If you had a lot of aches and pains, like arthritis, rheumatism, they are gradually easing up and they are disappearing until they go away. If you couldn't digest properly, you start digesting properly. You couldn't go to the toilet properly, you go to the toilet. So I'm just shortening it. It does all of these things. It is food therapy. So it's the same like eating. Like I've packaged food in a particular format that is very nourishing. It will give you amino acids in the most digestible form, broken down in that form, not compound proteins, amino acids and other food, basic building blocks of food that you need, all in vinegar. Why the vinegars? Because the vinegars have been known throughout history to be very good for aiding digestion. And digestion and the gut and its bacteria are key to your health and to your life. Vinegars are sour. They are known to go to the liver and the gallbladder. So they will go to clean out the liver. If they are treated in a certain way, they will help you with fatty liver. If they are treated in a certain way, they will help to flow bile. And this is what they do. You can feel it shortly after you start to drink it. You feel something's happening here. I feel different. So this is what that product is. We spent so many years researching what our parents had told us, we combined that with our knowledge of Chinese medicine, African medicine, and we came up with this, which we call the tincture. In Chinese, it's known as Kelingsi. Chinese people buy this much more than Africans. I have to tell you this. Chinese and Western people, they know about this much more than our own people, even though we made this for our people. But in the beginning, we realized our people were less interested in this than the Chinese here and the European people. They carry it in boxfuls every single day. But our own people is just a limited number of our own people who actually use it. We're discussing amongst ourselves here. Yeah, this is not advertisement. This is just a discussion. So we have like today where we were, the Chinese took a whole bunch of it. They take it to their parents, they take it to their families, themselves are using it, and they're just spreading it. So this was built for Africans. It was built for our
Excuse
people.
me, Mr. Michael,
Yes.
you are the host. Can you mute? Can you mute Ego Kids,
Yeah.
Mr. Yeah, please mute him. Yeah. Okay.
They go just see me, they go off and on for the meeting. Make them talk, they go give me feedback, my friends. But as I go tell them to the network. Now why they go in and out. So I don't know.
Mr. Michael,
Yeah.
mute
We're working on it.
Ego Kids, please.
I think it's done. Yes.
Okay.
So, like I said, that's the product. It was designed for Africans. It was designed for Black people, and the Chinese and the Europeans have hijacked it. It is something I personally recommend to everyone. This reason, yes.
You make it. You make it.
Yes, we make it ourselves.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say why wait for vinegar when lemon has the same acid as like vinegar.
The reason is the acidity of lemon is not as powerful as the acidity of vinegar. So in some respects, they are similar. In some other respects, they are not. Otherwise, vinegars would have replaced lemons. Lemons would have replaced vinegars a long time ago. But they have their roles. If you want a stronger cleaning job, you have to go for the vinegars. If you want a gentle, soft cleaning job, you go for lemons. But the lemon is often found in this mix as well. When we're producing it, we often use lemons. And we don't add fresh lemons in it because once you put fresh lemon juice inside, the product will not last too long. We try to use dried products for everything we do so it can last very long. So even when we do put lemons in there, most of the time it's dried lemons, the ones we use in Chinese medicine, desiccated. But when you receive the product, when you want to take it, you can squeeze a little bit of fresh lemon juice into it, and you can add pure honey for those who are not diabetic. Add some pure honey, and it tastes really good, and it feels really good, and it works really good.
So maybe someday if Mr. Michael allows, maybe you can have a session where you teach us how to meditate.
Sure. If Mr. Michael is in agreement with that.
Yeah, definitely.
Mr.
I'm always in support of anything that will save humanity.
Just don't be hypnotized, Mr. Michael. Just kidding. Just kidding, Dr. Balinga.
I know. Yes.
Yeah.
But yesterday,
Because
Mr. Michael,
it seems.
Go ahead.
Yeah. No, it appears to me that this breathing here is really, it really heals a lot of diseases.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's a wonderful thing. Like I tell people, breathing is key to our life, just like blood is key to our lives. We breathe all the time, and but we breathe differently at different times. When we cry, we breathe differently. When we're happy, we breathe differently. When we're angry, we breathe differently. The speed, the depth are different. Sometimes you inhale longer than you exhale. Sometimes you exhale longer than you inhale, and you don't notice these things. When you change your moods, it changes. The depth of inhalation compared to the depth of exhalation change, and you don't even notice. The speed of breathing changes. It can go faster, it can go slower, you don't notice. But it's a whole science. There's a whole science behind these things. And once you understand breathing, you can do everything in life just with breathing. Everything. So there are some schools of medicine which are based only on breathing. They have nothing else, just breathing. And they can treat cancers, cancers, all kinds of things.
My issue now is I'm a singer. I sing in my church choir, but of course, breathing is very important, and that has been my issue all my life. I don't know if I have some breathing issues or what. I do have sleep apnea, but yeah. So I think if I can manage the breathing process, I'll be okay.
Sure. It's about training, understanding how to train yourself. You see, most people, they breathe with their chest, the upper part of the chest. The majority of people breathe here because as you grow older, the breath moves upward. Babies who are newborn, if you walk into a maternity right now, take a look at a baby, you will notice it's breathing with its belly. The belly is going up and down. This is mostly what's happening with the baby. It's the belly. But when that baby comes out of the hospital, goes home, and starts to grow up, the breathing starts to go higher, 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 and finally gets to the chest. And the breathing will remain to the chest and start getting closer to the throat. And this is why when you listen to old people speak, they speak like, oh, why are you talking like this? Because the breathing has gone higher and higher. It's going close to the throat. When it really gets to the throat, they are going to die. They will no longer be able to breathe, and that will be the end of them. So if you want to have life, breathe deep. The deeper the breath goes into you, the more vitality you will have. You know. So
How much?
Mr. Michael,
Yeah.
mute the people, please.
I know make the abacha take make the abacha plenty. I know make it plenty.
Ebuji, mute
Oh yeah, now
yourself.
do it. I said no make the abacha too plenty. As in no put what is they call am? Vegetable.
Mr. Michael, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. We are working on it.
Mute your people,
Oh.
please. Mute your Niger.
Yeah. Oh. Hello, Mr. Ballinger, you talked about the babies that it's that the babies can be cured by fasting. What do you mean by the fasting? I don't understand the fasting. Can you please elaborate on
Miss,
fasting?
sorry, 1 second. Mr. Michael, can you just remove Ebu kids? Just
Yeah.
put me, change the host to me. Put me as the
Can
host.
you hear me? They told me to mute my mic. I forgot. Wait. No, I will mute it. See, please mute your mic.
Mr. Michael, put me as a host. Hello, Mr. Michael.
Mr. Michael is muted too, so I think Dr. Malinga can go on with Esther's question. If that's okay.
Okay. Dr. Balinga, or Esther was asking a question.
Yes, it talked about the other time he was talking about diabetes. He mentioned that can be cured by fasting. So I don't understand the fasting that it means. So I want him to elaborate on the fasting aspect.
I see Dr. David is here and Dr. Roots, if they can hear us on fasting.
Okay. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I
Yeah.
can.
Okay. So fasting means when they say you check your fasting blood sugar, you check your blood sugar in the morning before you eat anything. You understand me?
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's fasting blood sugar. It means you immediately you wake up, in the morning, you check your blood sugar. Not, for instance, if you go to a hospital now to check your blood sugar, first thing they will ask you is, have you eaten? And if you tell them, yes, I have eaten, they might ask you to come back the following day and come back without eating. Yeah, so that's the best time for you to get your blood sugar result when you have not consumed any food at all. That's when the best way to check your sugar level. So if you have eaten a whole pot of grains or spaghetti, and then you went to check your blood sugar, it might be higher than normal, because the higher the sugar level, the more you eat, the higher your sugar level goes. And your insulin, which is your pancreas, is doing a great job when it comes to that. Your pancreas works to regulate your blood sugar and to give your systems an insulin to be able to regulate the blood sugar without you using any extra insulin. Your pancreas is there to produce insulin for your body system. So if you have eaten in the morning before you check your blood sugar level, you might likely see higher than you met. So this might actually make you fear that you're probably experiencing high sugar level. Meanwhile, you're not experiencing high sugar level. It's because of the food you just had that elevates your sugar level. And in time, in a very short while, your pancreas will regulate the sugar levels back to normal. So in a situation whereby your pancreas is not regulating this to back to normal, it's when the pancreas already have a little problem. And as you're consuming food, every little food you eat has amount of glucose in it. So instead of your pancreas to collect this glucose, modify it before it goes straight to your bloodstream. If the pancreas is not working properly, this goes straight to your body system, and it's just going to contaminate the blood. That's why you see most people that have diabetes, chronic one, do experience different kind of symptoms or different kind of ailments. Some of them do experience damage to the eyes. Some experience stroke. Some experience high blood pressure. Some experience cancer. It depends on the kind of glucose you're taking and depends on how bad the glucose has entered into your system. So fasting in the blood sugar means when you've not eaten anything at all in the morning. It's called fasting blood sugar level. So when you wake up tomorrow morning, without you eating, drinking water or anything, just check your sugar level. What you get there is exact your sugar level, not when you're eating. I hope I've answered your question.
Oh, yes, but what I want to know is maybe you already have it. So what are the first things you have to do in order to start reducing the sugar level, even though you still take these pharmaceutical drugs?
May I?
Can I continue? Somebody wants to say something?
Go ahead.
Okay. I tend to get what you're saying. Probably when they say fasting, does not mean you have to starve yourself to get rid of diabetes. No, fasting blood sugar does not mean you have to go on fasting to get rid of diabetes. To get rid of diabetes or to prevent yourself from getting diabetes is just your lifestyle, what you consume. If you're going to have diabetes, what goes through your mouth is what causes most of these problems. To prevent diabetes is just for you to stay away from food that is high in sugar, glucose. And also diabetes, sometimes some people do eat a regular food and they still get diabetes. Sometimes diabetes can be hereditary. It can be, it's running in the family. It's already in the bloodstream, So that can also happen. So the food you eat causes more of what is happening inside the system. Do you understand? So try watch what you're eating, and you're going to be okay. If it's not food that is highly have a lot of glucose, then you're going to be okay. But again, for other people don't even know how come they have diabetes, because they will tell you, doctor, I've not been eating sugar. I eat healthy, but if you have been eating healthy, it doesn't mean you didn't eat sugar. You don't have to put sugar in your mouth so that you know that you are eating sugar. So sugar build up in the bloodstream itself. Even if you eat something that does not even sweet at all, there is glucose in it. So if the pancreas is not producing that insulin properly, you might develop type 2 diabetes if you are having. For children, it's type 1 diabetes. So, and also genetical, like I said, and then environmental factors can also contribute.
Right. May I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure.
Yes. The WHO and others have actually admitted that intermittent fasting can cure diabetes. And so this fasting means for certain days, or at certain times, you don't eat. And at other times, you eat. And there are different methods, but all of them are the same, intermittent fasting. And it has been proven to actually cure type 2 diabetes. So yes, many people don't know, but it actually does cure type 2 diabetes. The problem is it's not easy to practice fasting of that nature. That kind of fasting is not easy to practice. And so many people find it difficult to stick to. But what I can tell you about diabetes type 2 is most of the times the islets of Langerhans, which are found in the pancreas, are not dead, as most people think. They are just coated with mucus. They have been coated with phlegm or fats, and therefore are unable to work with insulin the way they should. If you can wash away, I'm using layman's language again, if you can wash away the fat, wash away the mucus surrounding these cells, they just go back to work as usual. And this is one of the things which fasting does. Intermittent fasting clears away the mucus surrounding the islets of Langerhans in the pancreas and allows them to pick up their function as before. So yes, there is proof that intermittent fasting cures diabetes. It's not easy to follow through the fasting methods, but it works. Also, if in Chinese medicine you use what they call the Dai Mai channel for acupuncture, and you can dredge the Dai Mai with acupuncture and herbs, you clear the islets of Langerhans, they go back to work also. And so, like I talked to you about the egg, how you can boil an egg, use vinegar, you're actually washing the islets of Langerhans. There is evidence of this. So there is mucus coating these cells. There is fat coating them, and then they can no longer exchange with the outside. This is why the function stops. Out of poor eating, you build up phlegm in your system. You build up mucus. The mucus surrounds cells. These cells become unable to exchange. Their functions cease, and you believe they are dead. Wash away the fat, wash away the mucus. They get back to work. If you look at work by people like Dr. Sebi and others, it was the same kind of thing they were doing. Dr. Sebi just talked about mucus, about phlegm. Chinese medicine says the same thing. This is what we do. We understand they are not dead. We know they are coated, and we have to wash them away. So intermittent fasting actually gives your body the time to flush out all of these fats, the mucus out of your body, clean itself out, and get you back into functional order. But the drink, which Mr. Michael just showed, is one of the things which also aids towards that. We use that particular drink for that purpose, actually.
Okay, may I chip in?
Sure.
Sure.
All right. Okay. Thank you. We're learning day by day. We are happy. We're excited. Our sister has been contributed already, just to make it into a very simple language, so that everybody moves on the same boat. My sister, intermittent fasting is nothing but an eating plan that switches between fasting and eating on a regular schedule. Okay, there's so many plans you can make, as Dr. Berling has mentioned, and as it has been mentioned on the group. Okay, so intermittent fasting. Fasting has been defined in one or the other, okay? But intermittent is that way. So on the evidence, I think you've already heard much. I'm just clearing on what is intermittent fasting, okay? So basically breaks, fasting and eating, fasting and eating.
Oh, okay.
You get it? Yes.
I need to.
I want to
up.
one more thing. People with diabetes, people with high blood pressure, if you go on extra virgin olive oil, extra virgin, most of the time you will find your diabetes and your high blood pressure regress. Oil. Don't heat it up.
How do you find the real one? How do you find the real one in a world where everything is fake?
That's hard, but like you can talk to the growers, you can get in touch with the growers, you know, the people who actually grow it. Like here in Shanghai, I'm in contact with an Italian friend, he's called Emma. His family owns the vineyard, the the olive vineyard, and he runs the family business. He comes to China to manage the trading. I get most of my olive oil from him directly. So you can talk to people who know. I know him, for example, and he will know other people. And so you talk to the real people who own the farms, the people who own the factories. They will tell you before they sell to third parties who will mix them with grapeseed oil, rapeseed oil, and even engine oil or other oils. They adulterate them and sell them on the market, expensive for nothing. You have to talk to the real people themselves, and they make sure they get the real deal to you as early as possible after it comes off the press. So try not to heat this oil. If you're going to fry something, don't fry it with that. Actually, it's better to avoid fried oils if you're diabetic already or you're hypertensive already. Go on extra virgin olive oil. I have it here in my house, and I can put, I can actually, how can I say? Yeah, I can talk to Emma. If he's willing, he can provide a supply for people who need it.
Okay.
Extra virgin oil, is there a particular way to use? Because these diabetes, I have somebody that she has diabetes, so that's why I'm asking question. Though the person is in Africa, not here.
Yeah, and also we need just to boil it.
Or
we can actually add it into our food just like that.
You mean the olive oil?
Yes, yeah.
If you cook, at the end of your cooking, you just drop a little of it inside the cooking, and at the end of the cooking, you just drop a little bit. It mixes at the end of it. It doesn't have time to really get overheated. It's fine, and it tastes wonderful. It has a beautiful flavor, tastes good, and you start to feel your body change within days, within hours or within days. You can feel a change in your system when you start using that. Most of these oils we buy off the shelf, they're killing us. Most of our diseases come from those cooking oils we buy at the supermarket. Believe me, it is true. Most of those oils don't do us any good. If you take those oils, cockroaches and rats will eat anything. They will eat paper, they will eat anything. You take these oils, put them in bowls, and let the cockroaches and rats eat them. They avoid them. If the cockroaches and the rats avoid those oils, then human beings spend their whole week eating them. We need to go and see a psychologist.
Oh,
you
so
can try
it's
that.
written 100%. It says 100% vegetable oil, so that's not even true, is it?
Often it's not true. And even when it's true, what happens with those oils is that they are seed oils. They have been processed through extremely high temperatures. Those high temperatures have already destroyed anything which could have possibly been useful to you in those oils. Then the oils are hardened and they are fermented. They stink. When they stink, they are going to bleach them. They bleach them using chemicals. And then they bleach them to the beautiful color you see. And then they deodorize them using more chemicals. So by the time it goes into the bottles, all kinds of things have happened to it. It has been overheated, it has been bleached with chemicals, it has been deodorized with chemicals, and it is sold to you as 100% vegetable oil, which often it is not.
Speaking of vegetables, if like during photosynthesis, all those plants they create sugar anyway. So when we eating vegetable, we eating carbohydrates anyway. So why avoid rice and bread and all of that if the veggies still give us carbohydrates that we're still trying to avoid?
I'll explain. You see, when nature gives you the day, it makes sure it gives you the night. If it gave you the day forever and ever, you wouldn't last long. So when nature gives us the sugars in those leaves, it also gives us a whole lot of other compounds that make it possible for you to digest those sugars, that make it possible for you to assimilate those sugars, that protect you from those sugars. They are all there in the leaves at the same time. When you eat them together, nothing goes wrong with you. And the digestion of the sugars is slow. This is why we refer to them as slow sugars. And when you take these sugars outside of their context, you take away from them every other balancing factor with which they work together in the plant, and then you isolate the sugars, you refine the sugars. There is nothing except pure sugar in there. This is glucose. When you touch these sugars on your tongue, they are instantly in your bloodstream. So there will be a peak of glucose in your bloodstream. Your body will release high levels of insulin instantly to control these sugars. And the sugars will be instantly suppressed. Then you will suffer from low blood sugar, hypoglycemia in the following instance, and you will be on a roller coaster of high blood sugar, low blood sugar. Keep repeating this, and you will be very sick a short time later. This is what happens. The rapid sugars are in the blood. Instantly, your body pumps insulin to suppress them. Your blood sugar levels drop. Your body demands more sugar. You put it in, it spikes, then it blasts it again with insulin. And at some point, your body stops responding to the insulin. And this is when diabetes sets in. So this
Okay.
is one
How do you get rid of yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead, please.
That's it. That's it.
No. How do you get rid of mucus in the brain from a head from a head cold? From a head cold.
From a head cold, you're getting mucus probably in the sinus membranes, in the sinus cavities. And if you do have mucus in the cavities, you probably have them elsewhere as well, not only the sinus cavities. There is a technique which my teacher taught me when I started learning Tai Chi. It was that you get a small bowl of water, and you warm water, lukewarm water, and you sprinkle a few grains of salt such that you can barely taste the salt. The water is slightly salty, but barely tastable. Now, you're going to stick your face inside the water. For many people, this feels highly uncomfortable. You're going to gently stick your face in the water and block one nostril, and then start to do this with your throat. You're sucking the water through the nose towards your throat, using your throat muscles like that. And you will suddenly feel the salt water rush through your nose towards the back of your head, and then you can taste the salt water on the back of your throat. At this point, you raise your head from the bowl and you spit it out. it comes out with thick mucus. Now you shut out the other nose and you repeat the process with the other one. The same thing will happen. This process washes out the mucus inside through the nose, the mucus cavities, and brings it out through the mouth, and you spit it out. You have to practice a little bit to get it right. But this is a very excellent way of unblocking the nose and clearing out the mucous membrane. But the other is use your finger. You see this is your nose here, the line here, straight line under the eyes, come down, and straight line with the nose where the two lines intersect. Place your finger and press. What do you feel?
Can you demonstrate that again?
You take the pupils of your eyes and draw a straight line down. And then you take the line from your nose. Where these two lines intersect, bring your two fingers. You point your fingers in. Michael, not there. Take from your eyes, from under the black part of the eyes, the center of your eyes, and start to come down. When you reach the level of the nose, up. So you're not touching the nose, a little separate from the nose. Don't touch your nose. You shouldn't be near your nose. It should be a little bit. Now stick your finger in there, push a little hard. And let go. What did you feel? When you pushed, when you pressed, what was the feeling?
I feel a bone.
There should be
then I must be doing it wrong.
I think like when I pushed, I felt like there's this a little kind of tickling or pressure in my brain. But when I released, I feel this kind of realization, like, you know.
Yes. If you come down here, see, I'm not touching my nose. I'm down here. And I push in there deeply. You will feel some kind of nerve tingling or something in there, a little uncomfortable, almost pain, like pain.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. That point, you massage several times in a circle inward and several times in a circle opposite. It helps to clear mucus out of the mucous membrane on the face. But if you're wanting to work on the head, you place your hands like this behind your head and touch behind your ear. You will feel a large round bone. There is a large round bone just behind your ears. Can you find it? With your thumb. Use your thumb, you can feel a big round bone behind your ears.
Yeah.
Now slide downwards on that bone towards, there will be a hole. Your thumbs will fall into a hole, a depression.
Yes.
Push into that hole a little towards the front, as if you wanted to push towards your nose and into your head. You might feel pain. Push into that hole with your thumb, as if you wanted to push into your head and towards your nose.
It's painful.
You probably will feel pain there.
It's painful though.
Yes.
If you have mucus in your head or you have shortage of blood going to your head, that place will feel very painful. You gently massage this place every day, 2 or 3 times a day. It will release the pressure in your eyes, the pressure in your face, and the pain in the back of your neck. It can even relieve some kinds of headaches. You feel instantly better after pressing this point for 30 seconds. You instantly feel better. Another point is this point here in the web of the finger. Here.
Where?
In between the thumb and the forefinger. Here.
Okay.
If I place my thumb there, if I close my hand, you see it forms a mound, like a mountain here.
Yeah.
Okay.
When I do this, and you find the highest point of the mountain. Find the highest point and place your thumb on the highest point. Now push down. It goes towards your index finger. Push a little hard towards your index finger, a little hard, and tell me what you feel. How does that feel? I'm pushing towards this finger. Pushing here towards this finger, in here. How does it feel?
That one is a tough one.
So I'm using my thumb to push in there towards the hand, towards the bone of the hand.
It feels like there is a painful vein. And also, I don't know if that's related to the stomach.
It is related to your stomach.
It's true.
And your large intestine. Yes. But it is related to your eyes, to your nose, to your mouth, to your ears. In fact, it's related to every part of your body. And if you're a female, please don't.
Uh-oh.
Yes, so if there's anybody who's pregnant here, please
Wow.
don't touch it. Seriously, don't touch it. But if you're pregnant and you're starting delivery, when the contractions begin, please press this point. Your contractions will accelerate, your delivery will be faster, and there will be much less pain.
Yeah, I just wanted to say something about this particular practice. So, a Chinese friend, as a colleague of mine, told me during my menstruation period, right? So she taught me what to do to release the pain, and exactly as you said, she asked me to do stuff like this, And the truth be told, each time I practice that, I feel like the pain got relieved.
It does. It's the most important point for pain relief. There are others, but this is a very, very huge one for pain relief and for getting the body to push out unwanted things. This is why it will break the waters and cause some contractions. It's not enough for most of the time to cause a full abortion, but it will start the process and force you to go to the hospital.
Wow. So everything we need for the body, we have it right here in our possession.
Exactly. You just don't know. You carry it with you every day. The entire pharmacy, the entire hospital, everything.
The knowledge is power. Wow. So how can we? Are there videos we can watch?
Well, there are tons of videos. Like I'm trying to put up. I started a YouTube channel, and I listed that up tonight there. I'm trying to put up some videos step by step. I'll be putting all sorts of videos on these points and other things over time. Yes, and there are other people who put these videos online as well on the points. But just watching videos and trying to do it sometimes is a little bit hard. Some people can explain it very well and you can follow, like what I just did, you might be able to follow. But sometimes they explain and you find it difficult to follow accurately and you can't do it. But these points are all over the body. You can mess around with the body and create all kinds of situations or help ease all kinds of situations if you knew where to press.
Yeah, Dr. Balinga.
Wow.
Yes. Dr. Balinga, is there any name for the energy generating technique that you taught me and my colleagues yesterday?
Chinese name, Western name. What kind of name are we looking for?
Yeah, and I mean, is there any name for it? Is it associated with Tai Chi or any, you know?
The way I taught you yesterday was
I practiced it this morning and I found out I was sweating.
Yes, the method I used to teach you is related to Tai Chi, but there are African methods. There are African names for it, which I forgot, but I can get them for you. There are Jewish methods and Jewish names for it, Hebrew methods. There are different methods from different parts of the world. We have these things in Africa. They have names and people don't understand them, or they might say, oh, it's because of this God, or it's because of that. It's actually, there's a scientific process behind the whole thing. You can follow a scientific process 100%, repeatable every single time for every single human being and get the same results. So in Chinese, it's referred to as qi gong, you know, qi gong, tai chi qi gong. Yes. So this is tai chi qi gong therapy. Tai chi like tai chi quan, tai chi qi gong. The qi just means energy. Gong means cultivation or work, you know, cultivating or working energy. Tai chi is a system, the style. Use a Tai Chi way to do it. But everyone has it. They just don't know. The fact that you're alive means you have it. When you don't have it, you die. You know. But how much, the quantity of it is how much life do you have in you. And if you have an overdose of life, you can give extra to somebody else so you can share. But if you don't even have enough for your own self, you can't share. And if you try to share, you will make yourself very sick or you will die. So you have to understand how to, first of all, give yourself a sufficient amount of energy, vital energy. It's called vital energy or bioenergy. Bioenergy, like biology. Bioenergy, vital energy. You should have enough. When you do not have enough, you wake up feeling exhausted. You feel like sliding under the door rather than opening the door. Somebody says hello, you just shake your head. You don't want to open your mouth to answer. This is when your energy levels are low. Everyone experiences this, so it's not magic, like I say. We all have it. When it's low, you feel that way. When you're full of energy, you bounce off of your bed. You know, you almost burst through the door. And you greet people with a loud voice and with a smile on your face. You have a very beautiful picture of your future, of how your day is going to be. You're very optimistic, very positive. You have a lot of vital energy. When you don't have enough, you get depressed. When it's too low, you want to kill yourself. You want to commit suicide. This is when you lose vital energy. So people who are in deep depression, who suffer from depression, who want to commit suicide, want to kill themselves, they are very low on vital energy and they need vital energy. But in many cases, if you actually give them, supply them with vital energy, they will quickly be low again. Why? Because they have leaking holes in their bodies. They have parts of the bodies which are leaking vital energy. This is why they're low. So you supply the energy, it's like a car with a burst tank, runs out of fuel. Then you add more fuel to the tank, it's just going to leak out. You have to find where the leaks are and stop them. These are acupuncture points. You have to find which acupuncture points are leaking, stop them, shut them down, and then you can resupply with energy, and these people will be normal again. So when you hear in churches or other things, people say they are laying hands on somebody in the Bible or all of this, this is what they are doing. They are transferring a surplus of vital energy to the next person. And your body's intelligence will choose where to send this energy, where it's needed the most. But in acupuncture, we scientifically determine where this energy is needed and directly put it there.
Interesting. And again, you told us that you have the ability to make somebody immortal. How is that possible?
This is interesting.
Yeah. When I say such things, it might sound like blasphemy or some crazy stuff. And normally I wouldn't say these kind of things, but I'm saying it these days more and more to our people because I want to shock people deliberately. I want people to start thinking. And also because it is true. It is true. I talked about cancer cells. I said cancer cells have forgotten how to die. In moving from aerobic to anaerobic respiration, they forget how to die, and they can continue reproducing themselves to infinity. So if cancer cells can do that, why can the rest of your body not do it? It's just because it's not programmed to do that. And why is it not programmed to do it? Epigenetics is scientifically, it's the epigenetics of it. But there are ways of training the human being to transition from aerobic to anaerobic respiration and to stop needing to breathe, to stop needing to use oxygen to live. There are training methods for this. There are training methods to make you stop needing to use food to live. And when you reach these two stages, there are further training methods to move your mind into your vital energy body. That is, your five senses, which are normally related to your physical body, can be transferred from the physical body to the energy body. And your consciousness, the same consciousness which you have now, will continue in that energy body which cannot be dissolved, even when the physical body drops to the ground. So it is possible to train people to become immortal, yes. And these things have been known from the beginnings of time. So when you read in the Bible about Methuselah, Melchizedek, and you hear how old these people were, and you hear about some of them not dying, it is true. It is not a fake. Those things are true. So many people read the Bible. When you ask about Melchizedek, Methuselah, oh, they will just find a way to explain, well, it's just figurative. It wasn't figurative. These things are real. And there are people living amongst us today who have been living for the last 1,000 or more years. They have been here.
Interesting.
So for example, if you inhale, exhale, and you hyperventilate, you're going to feel a little bit dizzy. This extra oxygen is in your blood plasma. Now, this is usually not a healthy practice to do for normal people, but you have so much extra oxygen in your blood plasma, which your body doesn't need or doesn't know how to deal with. And then at the end of this, you stop breathing. So you exhale and you do not inhale any longer. Your brain is going to believe that you're just about to die, and to try to protect you, it's going to force your cell walls to open and suck in the oxygen which was in the blood plasma into the cell nucleus, which usually will not happen under normal circumstances. The oxygen will stay in the blood and will gradually dissipate from there. So there are techniques for causing the extra oxygen which you have acquired through hyperventilation in the blood plasma to move into the cell nucleus. And when you have this amount of energy, you can supply it to the brain and cause your brain to kick off certain processes which will never kick off in your entire lifetime. Because your brain contains everything to make you immortal. But these cells are not activated. They are not activated. Why? Because they do not have the energy supply to go into activity. They are dormant. So how can you source the energy and supply it to your brain to move the cells to start this process of transmutation to immortality? Is a secret which some people have kept for thousands of years.
Interesting.
And most people don't believe these things exist. Or for those who might think they exist, if you're from a Christian background, you might, or a Muslim background, you might just say, "Oh, it's demons, it's the devil." Many people dismiss it this way. It's demons, it's a devil. That's not true, you know. Um, but I don't want to get into demonology and all of that kind of thing now. That's another topic. You know, if people have questions about that, we can talk about that. But this is how every human being was created by God. We were created with the potential of being immortal. And we, for the most part, do not maximize our potential and die. For those who are Christian, it says that, for those who are Christian, I know not everybody is, it says that when you have the Holy Spirit come into you, to dwell into you, it will reveal the truth to you. And it will reveal all things to you. It will reveal the truth and set you free. Set you free from what? There are many things you don't know. And if you're a true Christian and you really have that Holy Spirit, you should get to know these things. So if you're a Christian and you don't know these things, you should ask yourself many questions. What kind of Christianity is it? And if you believe you have received the Holy Spirit and you don't know these things, you should ask yourself questions. Because it's written there. It's not a lie. It's written there. It's true. So basically, let me put it this way. If I may touch on religion, I hope I'm offending nobody by saying the things I'm saying.
No. There's actually a film, you know, that explains what you are saying. It's titled Emma. You know, I don't know if you have watched that film. You know, the lady was able to maximize her potentials, and you know, it's interesting. I mean, I understand. Go on, please. Go on.
There is a portion of the Bible where it is written that in the meanwhile, the kingdom is wrested by force. That in the meanwhile, some take the kingdom by force. That is what it is talking about. In the pre-Christian era, there were people who understood how to take the kingdom by force. And in the post-Christian era, what you have to do, follow the procedure, the Christian procedure, if you're a Christian, you have to receive the Holy Spirit. But many people think this is another mysterious thing. It's not. Because if you read another part of the Bible, it says the Holy Spirit has been poured out upon all flesh. The Holy Spirit has been poured out upon all flesh. So the Holy Spirit is here. It's everywhere. It's on everyone. The thief, the armed robber, everyone, the murderer, they have the Holy Spirit on them, but not in them. It is on them, available to them, but not in them. It's two different things. Because it's on you, if you understand it, you can use its power to do all kinds of things, and people will think it's the devil because you're not a good person. But you can still use the power of the Holy Spirit to do all of those things if you have knowledge. But if you actually integrate your human spirit with the Holy Spirit, like I was explaining to Mr. Michael yesterday, it's like taking a drop of water and dropping it into the ocean. You will never be able to find this drop of water again. And you will never be able to separate the drop of water from the ocean again. Whatever the ocean knows from that moment on, that drop of water knows. Whatever the ocean touches from that moment on, that drop of water touches. So when the Holy Spirit, I'm speaking for those who are Christian. If you're not Christian, you can discuss with me. You can ask me from your own perspective. I will answer according to your own understanding. When the Holy Spirit blends with the human spirit, that human spirit loses the human feeling. You lose that feeling, I am small me, human being called Tom. Suddenly your sense of being expands into infinity. But your consciousness is still here. You still have two eyes, you still have two ears, you still have this body. So you can still continue to play a role as if you're the same person, but you're no longer the same person. You have changed, but you still have this body. You can decide what you want to do with this body. Keep it or discard it instantly. Some choose to leave that body instantly. The body will drop as if they are dead. Some choose to stay, and they will behave like ordinary human beings because they want to share what they know with others. This is what I'm trying to say. So the human being has a spirit. God or the universe or everything is a spirit, is the ultimate spirit of everything. All the human spirit needs to do is go back home, reintegrate itself into what created it, become one. Once the two are one, you understand everything instantly. You know everything. What do you want to know? You know it. How was it made? You know. How to fix it? You also know. But I want to ask you this question. If a human spirit unites in this way with the Holy Spirit, the Spirit of God, do you think this human spirit can still die?
That's true.
So you can understand this kind of person. If you have been through this, you know you're never going to die. So death is not one of your worries. It's not one of the things that scare you. It's not one of the things that worry you from that moment on. So for many people who read the Bible, they don't understand what it's talking about. That's what it is actually talking about. So what I'm trying to say is God is a word which came from the West to us. But God is not a story. God is not something far away. God is the same like your mother, your father, everything around you. God is real. God should be a part of you and you are part of God. Not something someone tells you about, but someone or something you are directly relating with all the time. And it doesn't matter how good or how evil you are, you can relate with God. But the thing is, when you start to relate that way by yourself, you will slowly lose the desire to harm others automatically.
Desire to?
Sorry?
I didn't hear the last word. You said desire to do what?
If a human spirit blends in with the Spirit of God, for example, no matter how evil this person was, this person naturally loses the desire to harm others.
Oh, okay.
You naturally lose a desire to harm others. You lose a desire to fight with others. Because your heart is like that. This isn't your nature now. Yeah, you're not looking for something. And there are people like this in the world.
Understands another person, right?
Yes, there are two ways to this. Understanding thoughts, there are two ways. One of the ways is simply to shut down your thinking. Because the only reason now that you're hearing other people's thoughts is because your head is too full of your own thoughts. Too many thoughts of your own. So much noise in your head. You're hearing, some of the thoughts you're hearing are not yours now, but you cannot tell the difference between yours and other people's thoughts because there are too many of your own in there. And so you cannot tell. Sometimes other people's thoughts come into your mind and you don't know when. You just think it's your thoughts. But if you were able to silence your own thoughts for one instant, you would burst out laughing because suddenly you can hear the thoughts of other people. Someone's thinking about a new blue skirt they should buy tomorrow. You are a man. You never think about skirts. You never think about buying a new blue skirt tomorrow and at what shop. You can hear these things, these thoughts popping up. That blue skirt, and that girl bought it. You hear this, you're a man. You automatically know these are not my thoughts. Who's thinking this? You start to find out. And yeah, right.
Isn't that
Yeah,
a sign? Isn't that a sign of someone getting mad? You know, almost like how mad people think, because they are not like, it's like they're having other thoughts. They're having other people. They can hear other people's voice or something in their head. You know, imagine staying alone. You're not hearing your own voice, or you're not thinking about anything about you but others. So definitely, you're gonna be like a mad person, a madman.
you're right, in a sense. Absolutely correct. And it's a good point you brought up, which is interesting. I'm going to elaborate on this. The madman we see on the street and we call a madman is no different from you and I. He is not more mad than you are. He is not more mad than I am. The only difference is he has lost the desire to pretend about what he is thinking in his head. The madman out there speaks out everything which passes through his brain. He acts out every idea which comes through his mind. And so we call him mad. Now, if you who asked me this question gave us the permission to open up your head so that we can listen to every single thought that passes inside your head in the next 10 minutes, we will classify you as a mad woman.
Oh, yeah.
The same applies to every other human being. You know yourself. You know what you think. You know what you're capable of thinking. You even have had ideas about killing people. You have sometimes thought about what it would be like to taste human flesh. You have thought about all kinds of dreadful things that you don't want the world to ever know that you ever thought about. Where did these thoughts come from? And did you never think them? Do you think that is any different from what the madman is thinking out there in the street? No. The difference is you pick and choose from them and you try to silence the worst of your thoughts, and you only allow the rest of humanity to perceive the ones that you have sieved and made palatable for the rest of the community to know about you. So the madman is not mad. He has lost all shame. He has lost all sense of pretense. He is no longer trying to control this. But then we go to the second part of your question. Does the madman hear voices in his head? Yes, he does. He no longer hears them simply the way you hear thoughts. He hears them loud and clear, very sharp. He sees images very sharp and defined, which is not what is happening to you now, because what is coming into your brain now is like it's a little bit in the background. It's not fully in the foreground. The difference is in a mad person, all of this background noise has become foreground noise. It is here in the front of his brain. And so he's fully into it. Now you're holding this in the back part of your brain and you're choosing a small part in the front where you pretend there to be a sane person. The barrier between that background and the foreground is broken in the madman. This is the difference. So in the sage, the same thing will happen. You know, it's the Bible tells you. I'm not quoting the Bible for any reason. You know, I'm not quoting this for religious reason. There's a verse in the Bible that says the spiritual man is mad. Actually uses this term. The spiritual man is mad. Go back and check this. It's there. It's because it is true. He is no different from the mad person. Just he is in control. He is still in control, and the madman is not. So when you silence your own thoughts in the foreground, what was background noise is going to rush into the foreground. You will hear all the thoughts from people, all the crazy things that were in your head. You will listen to them very clearly. You can hear them. The difference is you're totally conscious, very aware, very alert. You know where you are, You know who is in front of you. You can still see the people in front of you. You can hear them very clearly when they speak. You know the food you're eating. You can make decisions, but you have this background thing that has come into the foreground, and you can fully listen and watch it. And when you listen and watch it, you can start making sense of it. And you can start seeing where it is coming from. And you can start seeing where it is going. You can understand its source, how it is made, where it is going. And from then on, it becomes a tool that you can use consciously, which the madman cannot do.
Okay, isn't this almost same practice with people that do meditation? Because I believe meditation, when you close your eyes to focus, it's more like you're shutting some voices. It's more like you're shutting some part of you to get focused on another thing. Isn't it the same, or is there any difference?
No different. No different. Life is meditation. When I went to meet my teacher to learn meditation, at some point she asked me, so what is meditation? And I gave a whole long lecture, and she burst out laughing. And she said, meditation is breathing. Meditation is walking. Meditation is eating. Meditation is cooking. Then I asked her, what are you talking about? So why are we coming and sitting here and learning? She said, this is just for you to understand a process. Then you expand this process to everything you do. That meditation is only about increased awareness. That is all. There is nothing in meditation. Nothing. The only thing that meditation does for you is increase your levels of awareness. You see, if there was a big fight in front of you now and someone was using a knife to kill somebody else, and you saw this, your mind would become so absorbed in staring at this that if I slap the back of your head, you might not even notice. Your level of awareness has dropped because you're totally focused on that fight which is happening in front of you. This is human beings. Most of the time we are so focused on specific things that our level of awareness is very low. So meditation will increase your level of awareness to the point where nothing escapes your notice. Nothing escapes your attention. So people who practice meditation, they are just learning a skill, like people who learn to ride a bicycle or people who learn to bake cakes. They are just practicing a skill set. That is all. Meditation is not a religion, it's nothing, it's just a skill set.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Balinga. That was really clear. I just want to ask something that's so different from the meditation and all that about this particular herb, ginseng. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I did like a cyst treatment, which later when I was taking the ginseng, which someone recommended to me, I discovered that it's really powerful. You know, but I'm scared of something. Just as Dr. Ruth used to say, you know, taking medical herb and all that. But Dr. Davis said something about proportion, right? You don't know the right proportion to take that might harm us. So for me, I was seeing it as a self-medication for me, even though I noticed that it really worked because I took it, and then after some months, I went to the hospital and I was told that I am clear of any cyst. You know, but then when I come back, I was still taking it, but now I noticed that I didn't notice anything, but I'm scared whether to keep on taking it because how powerful it is. You know, I don't know the health benefit. I don't know how powerful it can be. I don't know whether it's gonna harm me or anything. So for now, I just stopped. You know.
Ginseng will not harm you. If you take between 3 to 9 grams per time, it is sufficient. And you can take it virtually every day, but it's a yang herb, it's a stimulant. So if you take ginseng for a long time, you may want to boost your yin a little bit from time to time. Otherwise, it does no harm. It just releases more energy. It gives you more energy, actually.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
It's very useful, actually. Very, very useful. It boosts the immune system. It gives you energy. Yeah, but there's another one known as Dongchong Shatsa. in Chinese. 冬虫夏草. This is the caterpillar herb, also known as the manager's herb.
Can you write it on the chat box?
Sorry?
Can you write it down on the chat box, if that's okay with you?
On the board, the chat box. Oh yeah. Let's see. In Pinyin is 冬虫. 冬 is 冬天的冬. 虫 is 虫子的虫. 冬虫. 夏 is 夏天的夏. 草 is 绿草的草. Yes, this is.
Can you say it again? I can help you. Don't chong. What is chong chong? The what?
Insect or caterpillar. In the winter, it's a caterpillar. In the summer, it's an herb.
Oh, Tao. Okay.
Tao. 草地的草. Yes. 冬夏草.
I got it.
This is another very useful. Use a lot of energy. It's very useful for the kidneys, to strengthen the kidneys.
Oh wow. So this one needs to be cooked and be taken like a tea, right?
Yeah, can be cooked, can be taken as a tea. Yes.
Okay. So it's really, really, really a very nice webinar. A very educative one, you know. And I was also looking forward, you know, when Mr. Michael was saying, like, the way he was explaining it, it seems like he really had a wonderful experience, you know, the meditation and all that. The way he was asking, he really experienced something he couldn't even imagine. Yeah.
If you know, they said narration is the poor brother of witness. You know.
The way you're asking and expressing it, I'm like, oh my God, I also want to experience that. You know,
it's a great encounter. It's a great encounter.
That's great.
I really felt great. I mean, greatly relieved after meeting Dr. Balinga yesterday. In fact, the same thing with my colleagues. You know, they kept talking about it till we got back to the office. You know.
That's good.
It's a lifetime experience. You know.
Dr. Balinga stays in Shanghai, right?
Yes, in Shanghai.
Oh, so you are lucky. What are
you
in
very
Shanghai?
lucky. Very lucky.
That's good.
Very lucky. So, in fact, we also contribute to our webinar on, you know, yoga and all those things because he's an expert in all those things. You know, you will see him in action. But it's a bundle of energy at 53. You know.
I was wowing. You know, I was really wowing and wowing. Like when I heard it's 53.
Exactly.
Like, oh my God, this is so good.
If you see Dr. Lisette, you know, Dr. Lisette, his wife, after seven children, I mean, she looks like 16. You know, I'm telling you.
Is that good gene or because of diet or meditation?
I think
a little bit of both.
They maximize their potentials.
This is great. Everyone wants to stay younger, you know.
Yes.
Be healthy.
Yeah. Well,
I think they have discovered the secret of immortality.
Like Mr. Michael drank this thing yesterday. Can you describe how you felt? These are the beginnings of it. This is where it starts. You know, like how you can be younger or feel younger. When you drank that yesterday, what was your feeling? Can you just describe just only that?
In fact, I felt like 10 years younger.
Wow.
It's not an exaggeration, honestly. It's not an exaggeration. I felt 10 years younger, you know. I felt greatly, it's that's why I say it has to be physically experienced, you know. They don't, they can't tell you that, you know, you have to experience it to know how it feels, you know. Even my colleagues, they felt the same way.
I can't wait. What? If any day I come to Shanghai, I'll look for both of you. You're taking me. You're taking me there too.
And Dr. Baringa, the one we dip our legs inside, what's it called?
Yes. That one is a far infrared sauna.
Oh,
far
okay.
infrared sauna. Yes.
So it circulates blood, right?
Yes, not only that, it detoxifies the body. If you have mercury, aluminum, all of these heavy metals, all those poisons and toxins, it starts to send them out of cells. It vibrates the fluids inside your cells and they start to push out and toxins. It brings heat. It raises the blood temperature 1 degree or 2 higher, the core temperature, and so can fight cancer. At the same time, it circulates blood throughout the body.
Wow.
And it heats the blood, yes.
Then those electrocution that you did for us, those things you are electrocuted our body. No, not the acupuncture. Yes. Yeah, okay. Is it also acupuncture?
Yes, that is electronic acupuncture.
Oh wow.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because I have laser acupuncture. I have electric acupuncture. Then there's the needle acupuncture. There's moxibustion, and I can use like this. I probably didn't use this on you guys yesterday.
Yes, you use it, yeah, like fun.
Yeah, this one has a blue light. This is a terahertz. These are terahertz. Is the frequency, the waves in between microwaves and infrared waves. This one.
Oh.
Yeah.
So you can see my sister that it's a personal experience, you know.
Yeah, really, that's why I said anytime I come to Shanghai, I will just drag you to his place, you know. I also need to just what the experience.
Just be prepared to spend 1 week with Dr. Balinga and his wife.
Yes, so I'm ready. Anytime I'm in Shanghai, I will just drag you to his place.
Yes.
All those practices, you know.
Yeah, welcome. You're welcome.
Please,
and Mr. Michael, now you can feel something in between your eyes.
I practiced it this morning. Then the one you did like this, you know, all those friction, but frictional forces.
What you feel in between the hands feels like what? What does it feel
like? Like magnets.
Good. Now find one of your colleagues who was with you here yesterday, right? One of you places the hand like this, and the other places the hand like this. Don't touch each other. Just be a little near, and very gently start to move, each one of you. And you will come back here to tell everybody what you experienced.
Wow. I love practicals, you know. I love practical studies.
Yeah, these are the things you see. They have been giving us a lot of theory ever since we were kids. It's time to have the practicals. Do it, and it's really there. It's not talking about it. Yes. You see, you will realize you can touch your colleague without touching them. When they start moving, you can feel they're moving. When you move, you can feel them. There's a magnetic touch.
Isn't
eventually
that,
yes?
Isn't that like some of the videos like I saw? It's like someone tied something tied his eyes and kind of touched somebody or something. I think he first of all touched the person, then tied his hand. Kind of, I don't know if he touched on the air, and the person feel every touch, even though he wasn't touching the person. You know, the person was feeling the whole touch.
Yes, you can touch somebody after you used to this. You can come to your house, they go to their house, and you can still touch them from your house.
Oh, wow.
They can go to the moon. Yeah, they can decide to go to the moon, and you can touch them on the moon. They cannot hide.
Oh my God, nature is powerful.
So for someone who understands these things, if you decided to go after a person, they cannot hide from you. Nothing can hide them. Nothing can protect them if you choose to go after them. You can experience this yourself directly, and you can know it's true. And now once you know it's true, if you know how to use this, no one can be protected from you. You choose to go after them. No one. But then this kind of knowledge can be dangerous in the wrong hands, in a sense that you can listen to people's thoughts. You can choose to listen to the thoughts of anyone, including the president.
Yeah.
And once you can listen to thoughts and you know how to implant thoughts, you can actually influence what they are going to do.
Oh, yes.
And they will never know it. This is the danger of this kind of knowledge. So it normally shouldn't totally be in the hands of everybody.
Yeah.
That is why some people never talk about it. The few people who know about it, they hardly talk about it. Or they hardly teach it. Yes. Because imagine that you decided to enter into the head of someone who's very important, and you cause this person to start a war, for example. There will be a war because you decided that. And the person they will blame is not even the one who made the decision. I'm trying to say something here. Our world is not always managed by the people we think are managing the world. Those you know are not the ones. The real people doing it are not visible. They are not known. Like I said yesterday, you could say, let the secrets of such and such company leak by tomorrow morning into the public. I can guarantee you, at the time you made this statement, you had this thought. If your mind was totally silent and then you had this thought, before tomorrow morning, you will wake up to the news on the internet, on TV, of such and such a company whose secrets have been totally leaked all over the place. And they're busy chasing someone or some people who leaked these secrets, and they don't understand how these people got to do that. So it is just as it was said in the Bible. You say, let there be light, and there will be light. Let there be darkness, and there will be darkness, because you have this power. You just don't know it.
Yeah. Ask, and it shall be given.
Seek, yes. So for Africans today, the question is, are Africans ready to understand the power they have? Are our people ready for this? Are our people ready to stand up and rule the world? Because we can. But if our people are not ready and you give them the knowledge to rule the world, they will trample it down underfoot and turn around and attack you.
Yeah. You're right. You're very right.
It will be the equivalent of taking a gun and handing it to a 2-year-old. So it is not that there is no knowledge in Africa. It is that sometimes the people are not ripe for the knowledge. But when the time comes and more people start asking for the knowledge, then maybe it is time. for the knowledge to be returned to them, because maybe they will put it to better use this time than they did the last time. Because this knowledge was there in Africa before, until it was abused, as it is being abused in some parts of the world today. This is the knowledge that was used to enslave Africans. This is the knowledge that is used by many nations to keep Africans down. If Africans understand how these things are done, they don't need to fight. You just break the bonds, it's over. It will be over by tomorrow morning. If most Africans understood this and we made a decision, by tomorrow morning, it's over. You will wake up to the news, it's over. All kinds of destruction will happen to the economies, to the political establishment of all those countries that oppress you by tomorrow morning. If you are ready for it. But until you're ready, it will not happen. Why? Because why should you be free when you cannot appreciate the meaning of freedom? You understand?
Yeah.
Why should you be made a billionaire when you're too lazy to even go and sell a piece of soap to feed your own self? You're still too lazy to go out to sell a bar of soap, to understand what it means to be responsible for yourself, your own self in life. You're too lazy to do this. Then someone takes $1 billion and hands it to you. What will happen to the $1 billion? Nothing good. And what will happen to you? Also nothing good. So Africa has children who have the knowledge. Africa has children who have the power. But is Africa ready? That is a question now. That is the only question. Is Africa ready? You can already look at the world. You can already see how in a few years, everything has been turned upside down. And great nations are panicking. Why do you think these things are happening? Only for the reasons I just explained to you today. Because some people decided it should be so. It is possible to make things worse in all of those nations this very week or by tomorrow morning. It is possible. I'm trying not to say too much while passing on a message. Every nation has its saviors. When you see a nation rise, it's because their saviors have been born amongst them. When the saviors don't come, the nations cannot rise. But those saviors are just people, but they have knowledge, they have understanding, they know what to do. Africa does not need to fight. All Africa needs to do is to take all its enemies and make them fight each other. But if some of our own people behave like our oppressors, then not all of our people deserve to be free. And so some trouble will have to come to our lands too, for some people to wake up first. After they wake up, then freedom can be handed to the rest. Some of our people have the same mind frame as our oppressors have had. And those people have to either change their minds or face trouble. And it's not far. "20, 30 years ago, I was telling people about the events which are happening today in the world, and I was insulted, copiously insulted and abused for talking rubbish and being a madman. They have all happened one by one. Here we are.
Now they are
Think
seeing
about
sense in what you have said.
Sorry?
I said now they are seeing now they are seeing sense in what you have seen.
Yes.
Back in those days.
Yes. Some nations seem to be too powerful to fall. Until 2019, who believed that the nations which are falling today would be in the condition in which they are. Until 2019, most people still did not believe. Somebody is asking me about the real cause of ulcer, and I presume this is stomach ulcer we're talking about. Most stomach ulcer is caused by a pathogen known as Helicobacter pylori. Helicobacter pylori, which causes almost all ulcers, or virtually all the ulcers you can have in your stomach. It is Helicobacter pylori. So it has to be destroyed. The hospitals can kill them easily. There are some antibiotics which kill them in a short time. There are herbs also which kill them. And that drink which Mr. Michael has kills Helicobacter pylori. Yes,
Please,
it kills Helicobacter.
Please, doctor, I want that drink. I want that drink for my, I want it for my dad. Let me see. Mr. Michael, let me see you drink very well. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Can it be sent back home?
Sure. I think it can be.
Yeah, you just need to find someone going back home or give it to some of these agencies. They will send it. You wrap it well.
Multi-purpose drink.
I really need that. I mean, my dad has been having issues of stomach ulcer. He had the first treatment, it was fine, and now everything started all over again. And I think, according to the hospital, it's kind of now a chronic stomach ulcer.
Dr. Baringa, I think this also works for man booster.
Yeah. Did you experience something?
I told you. I woke up this morning feeling so blessed.
That's what I told you yesterday, that sometime in the night or in the morning you wake up and have a particular experience. Yes, but it's true. And I also remember I did some acupuncture on your stomach, just below your navel. Remember?
Yeah, I remember.
That combination is what resulted in it. Remember, I said that yesterday, and we were all
okay.
Experience it. Yes. Yes.
So doctor, if I get a drink, how is he gonna be taking them?
He will have to take small quantities of it 20 minutes after every meal. He can add a little bit of pure honey, mix it with pure honey, and take it 20 minutes after every meal. Drink a little bit of hot water too.
Okay.
But I suggest that you get two pictures of your father's tongue, the upper surface and the lower surface that. Not the whole face, just the tongue and the mouth, so we can see the pixelation. So either my wife or I can carry out a proper diagnosis, because I know your father not only has Helicobacter pylori, but is deficient, has kidney deficiency, spleen qi deficiency, blood deficiency. I know your father has all of these things, but I want to confirm. And then we will tell you how much it may cost if you want to do that, to purchase the herbs that you need. I suggest he boosts his yin, boosts blood, and clear damp, according to TCM, for a long-term solution.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
I may also suggest that you get an electroacupuncture pen and send it to your father because he can use this to solve many other problems later. We guide people. Once they have the pen, we guide people. We have sessions, online consultation sessions where we guide you. Put it here, put it there, put it here, put it there.
Okay.
And people are working like this across the world. We don't go there, but you buy the pen, we send it to you. Once you have it, we get on video and we show you where to put it.
Okay, fine.
I also suggest you buy a box of suction cups. Suction cups for your father. Mr. Mark knows about suction cups. We used them yesterday on people's backs.
Okay.
Maybe he might not know how to use those ones. The one for acupuncture, right?
No, they don't do acupuncture. These are the suction cups.
Oh yeah, this one.
Mr. Michael, remember?
Of course, I remember. Yeah, I remember.
And this is a manual pump. There are electronic pumps. I was using an electronic pump, but this is a manual pump. So you can place it and you can suck and you can stick. It's easy to use. So I suggest you buy them, send them to your parents. It will do a lot of good. And not only one family member can use this. The whole family can use the pen, the cups, all of these things.
Okay.
The entire family.
Okay. I will let them send me a picture first.
For prostate problems, everybody knows the African plum, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That African plum, which we roast and eat with corn and stuff, get a few seeds. You know, when you open the seeds, it's in particles. Get a few particles of the seed and eat every day. Get the bark of the plum tree and make a tea with it every day and drink. It will solve your prostate problems, most of them anyway.
Wow.
So you can reinforce this with other herbs or other medicines, including Western medicine. But in the long run, using that will solve a lot of problems for you. And not only that, many, many things.
Yeah, Dr. Balinga. Yeah, somebody also said eating potato can cure or suppress prostate cancer.
That I cannot confirm. It may be true. I cannot confirm at this time. Yes. But prostate cancer mostly needs heat. Actually, all cancers need heat to solve. Cancer only thrives in a cold environment. When your body core temperature has dropped, that's when cancer can thrive. If your body temperature is up, cancer cannot establish itself. So if you can raise your body's core temperature by even 1 degree, you can eliminate cancer in your system. Cancer thrives in cold. It's blood stasis. It starts with mucus and blood stasis. When the body has cooled down, the body's temperature has cooled down. So what happens usually with cancer is that particular part of the body is constantly irritated by something. Could be a virus, could be something which wounds it, could be an artificial fiber, anything which constantly irritates a place. And then blood will stand here and not move. The blood stays here too long, it loses its oxygen. The cells around here have no access to oxygen. They are desperate to survive. In their attempt to survive, they change from aerobic respiration to anaerobic respiration. And they start fermenting sugars to produce energy for them to survive. They have become cancer cells. They can only do this in a cold environment, low temperature, blood stasis, phlegm accumulated environment. And because cancer cells ferment sugars to produce their energy, when the sugars are not available, cancer cells can no longer survive.
And I noticed it actually helped a lot, you know. And when I avoided bread for a long time and I later took one in the morning, I really had a very strong reaction. That was when I knew this actually doesn't help. It increases the whole thing. And then a Chinese doctor told me that actually that one of the things that causes cancer to grow so fast or any cancerous thing on our body, it's sugar. So since then,
Yes.
I just told you, ginseng has been helping me. I think it really helps a lot.
Yes. Ginseng will help you for in cancer. It will help you for virus attacks, HPV, all of these things. Ginseng is very important. And white rice, especially white rice and bread, white bread especially, they are rapid sugars. They are refined sugars. So they will really speed up cancer growth. And when you think about it, a lot of women suffer from candida infections. So it's itching in the groin. And some men also, it itches around the reproductive organs. This candida infestation is also growing on sugars.
Yeah.
So candida, cancer, all of these things are related. Right, ladies and gentlemen, I think I will take my leave at this point. I will prepare some documents for tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We are really giving more than enough.
I appreciate it. Yeah.
Doctor.
Constellation.
Yeah, what's up?
Any more question for today?
No, Constellation came in. It's like he came to chase us out. It's like it's okay. Now they start going.
I trust him. He wants to lock the door.
No, no, it's fine. It was a very educative program.
Of course.
Yeah.
We still have 8 participants online.
Yeah. Even though we trust the clinical medicine more, but it was very educative. Even though we still trust the clinical medicine more.
Dr. Roots is still online. Dr. Roots.
That's right.
Dr. Roots.
Clinical medicine
I'm
being
here. I'm
trusted.
online.
Yeah, before I go.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying Dr. Balinga.
Abi. Go ahead, Dr. Balinga.
Yeah, we're living in a
Western
system. We're not living in our own system. We have been colonized all the way. So whether it's in politics, in clothes that we wear, in healthcare, we have colonized. So
that's right.
Clinical medicine is the property of our colonizer too. It has its good sides, it has its bad sides, but it is property. So as long as we remain colonized, there will be a preference for clinical medicine. So it's not. Yes.
So now, if traditional
yes and no.
When you put it in a nice pack, then yeah. Okay.
We don't have to be. Efficiency is what matters. If you do the job and people see that the job is being done, they will follow you, whether you're speaking science or art. They just want the job done. When people want their help, science is not their problem really. When you see people being picky and choosy, they are not really sick. So I treated a girl I met who was sick. She had lost her mind. She was hallucinating, going into the sea to drown herself. And I met her in a house where they had a Catholic priest who was praying over her, and other people were praying. They'd been trying, it wasn't working. Now I had just come back from a Tai Chi training with some of my boys, those who were returning in the same direction. We asked to help. Some people refused, but the mother of the girl said, anyone who can help my daughter, go ahead. So I got 3 of the guys, each person to put one hand on the shoulder of the other. And the last hand is
Okay.
on my shoulder. On this side, the same thing. And I put my 2
Okay.
hands, and I put one on her head and one hand on her stomach. And I pumped energy into her body. Then I asked her,
Go
what
ahead.
do you see? And she could see a ball of light. To cut a long story short, in that ball of light, she could see a man standing. Well, first of all, she could see some people, and they were threatening her. They were scared. And these people began to speak through her, and they knew my name. They knew the names of some of the people there. She'd never seen us before. And they were negotiating. Please don't hurt us. We don't want to leave here. And long story short, I took them out of her. And this girl later, in that ball of light, which from the energy put in her body, was seeing like a door and a man standing there who told her his name was Gabriel, Archangel Gabriel. Later, she saw another who said he was Michael. Later, about 7 days later, she saw another who said he was Jesus. I'm not saying anything. I'm just recounting exactly what happened. This girl later went on to become a healer on her own. And she could tell you everything about your grandfather, your great-grandfather, everything. What you're lying about, what you're hiding, what you're not. She could tell you everything. And then she would pray with you. And then medicines, she would go behind the house, pull out some leaves and come and give you to take. Or sometimes real capsules and tablets would appear on the table or in cups in front of everybody. Modern capsules, modern tablets would appear. Or she would go behind the house and pick some and give. Yes.
Okay. Let me ask a question. When you said, because that plate, you said you put your hands, your boys put their hands on top her, and the other guy put his hand on, like,
on my shoulder.
It was a chain,
They
right? Linking to yours. Yeah.
Yes.
So now, so under what dimension, under what source? Because now this is out of traditional medicine now, but this is spiritual right now. So under what source did you operate? I mean source.
On that source.
Yeah.
Source,
yeah. S-O-R-C.
You mean source as in what exactly? Because that question is
because it's supernatural. Like for you to just put hands on someone, and the person just you were able to pass energy. So it must be sponsored under a source. So are you because the world we are living right now, we just know only 2 sources. So that's the true God or Satan. So where do you belong to? Like or
That's a very interesting question. I will answer the question. I will answer it step by step in an interesting. The first thing is the presumption that there must be a source. That is a presumption. Mr. Michael yesterday was with us.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Michael yesterday was with us, and he did an exercise. And later he tried to put his hands together, and he could feel an existing force there. So let me ask you, Mr. Michael, under what force or what source were you operating when you felt this energy in your hands? Did you need to put
he was the victim, so he probably wouldn't know. He's the client.
Why would you classify him as a victim? Again, that is another supposition which has been put into our heads by people who we don't know if they're saying the truth or not. Like, you think he was a victim. He was not. He just did an exercise. I explained everything to him, how it was going to be, what he should do. He did the exercise. He felt something. Now, if we go into a laboratory, a science laboratory, they will find that Mr. Michael's body does not have anything which was not there before. But they will find that his cellular activity is higher than it was before. The mitochondria of his cells are much more active, larger than they were before. So his power source, the power source is the mitochondria of the cell, has enlarged and is more active just by virtue of doing those exercises. Mr. Michael was born alive. He was born with energy. He was very energetic as a baby boy. He was running down the stairs, up and down the stairs, which he's no longer doing because he believes he's an old man. But after doing these exercises for a certain amount of time, he may start running up and down the stairs as he used to do when he was 10 years old. Where is this energy coming from? Is the source. No different from the original source.
Hidden energy.
Yes, is the same source as it was when he was 10 years old. You see, as Africans or as human beings, we have been conditioned to think there must be some secret source somewhere, some secret society somewhere, some secret power somewhere. At this stage, Mr. Michael has not accessed anything secret except what was with him from the time he was born. I just showed him how to activate his cells to recuperate what was his original. In short, I didn't give him anything. He just recuperated what came from his family. So this is the first thing, right? I will get to the God and the Satan part later. I'm trying to help our people to understand. Now, Mr. Michael is a living being who does not derive his life from himself. Some being originally created him and put him here. That's right. On a daily basis comes from that being. Without that being, he will not be here. So whatever life force that Mr. Michael has at this time comes from the same being that gave it originally. You would call this being God. I agree with you.
Yeah.
Right?
We
I would
call him God, yeah.
Me that everything which was created, let's talk like, religious people now. Everything which was created came from God. Right?
The good God. Yeah.
There is no bad God. There is only God. Because anything else is not God. Yes. 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 God is the ultimate. God is the ultimate. God created everything. And no one else, nothing else has the power or the ability to create. Nothing. I will come to that. So even the devil that people like to talk about, the devil was created too. Yes or no?
Of course, yes.
Yes. So the life of the devil, the very survival of the devil depends on continual sustenance from the same God that sustains everything else. So if the devil has not disappeared and the devil has not died, it is because God continues to supply the devil with life to live. Now, the devil cannot create a human being. The devil cannot give power to a human being. The power will always come from the same source, God. The motivation of usage can come from somewhere else. I told you, a knife is neither good nor evil. A knife can be used to peel a potato. A knife can be used to decapitate a person. The knife is not good. The knife is not evil. But the person who was using the knife is motivated by good or evil. So your inspiration is where the problem is, not the power. People tend to think the devil has power. The devil has zero power. I'm saying it to you openly. The devil has zero power, nothing. Power comes from only one source, but the motivation to use the power, the ego behind that power is what can come from the devil. Take the power and go yourself up as a great person. So have you understood now under what I operated?
Okay, so what's the answer? Because now you've explained those two sides. So are you operating through God or through Satan? That's your source.
I thought I had answered this question,
you
but I can answer
didn't answer the question.
Okay.
Can you just pick one? Like, is it yeah or yeah?
Maybe I was not explicit about it. I did it so you could think about it, reason about it. Everybody could reason about it.
I want you to just give me a direct answer. Like, are you operating through the good God or through Satan?
Operate with the power of God. Yes. But you see,
with God, right?
I don't like. Yes. I don't like to go in front of people and parading myself. Oh, I am very godly. Oh, I'm operating by the power of God. Oh, I am this great high priest of this. Oh, I am pastor, whatever. I don't want any of this at all. I want to be a human being, living the life of a true human being. Because every true human being supernatural life does not need to make the concept of God so special. God and us were united from the beginning. There was no separation at the beginning. The idea of God being that other is born of the fall of mankind only. And the one who is not fallen does not think like this, does not feel like this about God, does not even search for God anywhere, because the one who is not fallen is God.
Okay, so
My meaning,
so what
I
makes you
explained before.
yeah, sure. So what makes you
Yes?
feel you're operating through God? Because it's possible you're operating through Satan on the smoke screen. So what gives you that motivation? Maybe you can go a little bit deeper. Let's know. Yeah.
I don't have a motivation, but I will try
Okay.
to answer you clearly. Okay. You see,
Very yeah. Okay.
yeah, I am beyond religion. Let me make this very clear. I won't call myself a Christian, a Muslim, a Hindu, a Buddhist, nothing. I cannot belong to any of these categories because I transcend religion. Let me be very frank with you. I am above religion. Religion is a social construct used by governments to control people and lock them up into a certain system of belief. Your relationship with God is a totally different thing from your religion. So I am beyond religion. Now, what makes me believe that I work with God? Your own Bible asks you, can you ask your father, can a human child ask a father, I want fish, and your father gives you a stone? If you are sincere in your heart as a human being, that you are seeking God, you don't need a religion. You don't need an intermediary. You just speak to God that today I am ready. I am not lying. I am not pretending anymore. I am coming home. God will take you into himself. He will not give you a stone. He will not lie to you. He will not give you the devil. He will not give you Satan. Why? Because you are not seeking Satan. Satan has no rights over anyone, over anybody, except the ones that God has given him permission to go and take. Satan works according to what God wants or allows. So you have no problem with Satan. The problem with human beings is we have an obsession with Satan. The gospel of God has become the gospel of Satan. The fear of God has become the fear of the devil. Our preoccupation should have been with our Father, should have been with God himself. Love, truth, honesty, sincerity. But we are preoccupied with fear, hatred, animosity, doubt, suspicion. This is where our mind is going. Why is it that your mind finds it so hard to believe that I can work with God, that it is God, but find it so easy to suspect that it is the devil? So easy to go to the negative side, to the fear side, to the doubt side, but cannot easily go to the truth, to the faith, to the belief side. This speaks of a spirit.
Okay. Yeah. What you're saying is very clear. But now another question, a follow-up question. Now we have over 1 billion followers of Islam, and we have
Yes.
over 2 billion followers of Jesus Christ. That's for Christians.
Yes.
So do you think these followers of Jesus Christ and Muslim are just wasting their time? Because
no.
what makes you right and they are wrong? What what makes you? Because we can see high numbers, majority wins the vote. Yeah. What proved you right over them who are serving Christ?
Right.
Yeah.
I am not right, and I'm not seeking to be right. I have nothing to prove. I am not seeking followers. Yes. I am content with being who I am, where I am. I could lock myself up in somewhere and live alone by myself. It will not make a difference. You see, there are people who are out there to gather a flock. They believe it is their mission to gather a flock, to gather a following. And they go out and preach a lot of strength, a lot of fervor to convince people to follow them to God. Right? Muslims do it. Christians do it. Some Buddhists do it. Some Hindus do it. The true Christian, the true Muslim, the true Buddhist, the true Hindu they come to understand all of this is useless. It is a human ego. Because the people who come to God do not come because you told them. They do not come because you preach to them. If you preach to them and they listen to you on that particular day, it is because on that particular day, they were ready to listen even to the rocks on the streets. If you didn't preach, they would have looked at the rock and developed an idea and turned to God on that day. But you happen to be the one that is there instead of the rock, and you speak and they listen to you. And you believe they are going to God because you preached. It gives you a sense of purpose. It gives you a sense of importance. But in fact, you are no different from the rock. You see, so I say, but I am not wrong either, because I don't need right and wrong. My mind does not live in the world of duality where there must always be a right, there must always be a wrong, there must always be a winner, there must always be a loser. I don't recognize losers, I don't recognize winners, I don't recognize being in the right, I don't recognize being in the wrong, because God is never right and God is never wrong, except in the brain of human beings. Only the brain of human beings makes the distinction between good and evil, right and wrong. God gives life. God takes life. God makes people live. God kills people. This is true. But because God is the one who gives a life, he has a right to take back the life. He is not good. He is not evil. God causes earthquakes. God causes winds to blow. God causes rain to fall. And people die when God is doing some of these things. But God is not evil because of that, because God is God. But a human being who didn't build these things, who didn't create these things, goes out to kill people. You are wrong because you don't have the right. It did not belong to you. Nothing ever belonged to you. You are an imposter. When you say my life, you have no life. It does not belong to you because you didn't make it. You have no life. You are lying when you say my life. It is a lie already. So I am not in the right and wrong debate. I am happy while I am here in this world to share my life with people. And precisely because I am not seeking followers, this should be one reason for you to believe that I am working with God, because I am not seeking followers. I am not seeking remuneration. I am not seeking praise. I even say things that make people insult me. You know, because I'm not trying to make them not insult me. I don't need their praise. I don't need their insult. Yes, I am beyond that. So all these people, the Christians that are following Jesus, the Muslims that are following Muhammad, they are not wasting their time. Why? Because there amongst them, there are people who are sincere. They are seeking God. This is our greatest mission on earth. We come here to seek our Father. This is a way they have chosen to seek God. And this is the level of understanding that they have at this point in time. And it is okay for them. And it is acceptable to God for them to be there, to learn how to be a better human being in this school. And I call this a school. Christianity is a school. That's what it is. Islam is a school. That's what it is. They were started by individuals. So they are not wasting their time. Yes, they are learning about God. Yes.
Yeah. So the conclusion. So if I got you right, the conclusion is your source is same as Christian source. If I got you right.
Exactly. Exactly. Because if you ask me as a Christian, is Jesus the Son of God? I would say yes, Jesus is the Son of God. If you ask me, are you a Christian? I would say no. You will ask me why? I would say because I don't need to be one. And you might feel a bit confused. But you might never hear me going around and preaching Jesus everywhere and calling people to come and follow Jesus. You know why? Because Jesus is not, let me be very frank and honest. Jesus is not just a human being that people think he is or was. Jesus was not that body that they saw. Jesus is God that has been from the beginning, that is, and that will always be. This same God can be anything he, or I'm saying he because that's the concept we use, can be anything he wants to be, anytime, anywhere. So I know who Jesus is. Jesus is spirit. The name Jesus is actually not a Hebrew name. It's given by humans. The name he used as a Hebrew person was a different name. But even that Hebrew name that he used, just when you understand the Hebrew language, is Yod, Hey, Vav, Hey, which means Jehovah, pronounced Jehovah or Yahweh in some languages. And when you put, there's one Hebrew letter, that the Hebrew letter of manifestation, when it is inserted in between those four letters, means that those four letters are manifested, and it means the manifested God. That is the meaning of the name Yeshua or Yehoshiva, depending on the pronunciation that you use in Hebrew. It means God manifested. That is what it means. So the name is not the name of a man. It is a title. It means God manifested. Jesus is not a name. The Greeks, the Romans, they created this name Jesus. But the name that he was using is a title, not a name. And if you understand Hebrew, the Hebrew letters are numbers and letters at the same time. They are magic. They were used to create the keyboards of the piano you play and you don't know. They were used to design the playing cards you use and you don't know. So Jesus, the person Jesus, is not a human. Jesus is spirit. The spirit does not have a name that humans can know or even pronounce. Jesus is God. Now, when your human spirit blends with the spirit of God, you blend with the spirit of Jesus as well. But when you have blended with Jesus and with God, you are God, you are Jesus. I'm not exaggerating. I'm not saying that you replace the Father. I'm saying that the drop of water that fell into the ocean has become the ocean. And so the drop of water does not say, come, let me show you the ocean. It says, come and see me. Come, let us have a conversation. This is why you will not hear me going around saying, come, let me tell you about Jesus. Because everything I do is already about Jesus. I don't need to sing it out. If you understood the Jesus you were looking for, you would understand when you see it. You would know. And I don't care if you're Muslim. I don't care if you're Hindu. I don't care if you're Buddhist. Jesus was not even a Christian. And Jesus didn't even keep all the rules of Judaism because he didn't need to. But he lived in a society and he conformed to their society. So he lived in accordance with their principles. If I live with Christians, I will respect their rules and their principles. If I live with Muslims, I will respect their rules and their principles. Why? Because there is no need to fight with them. You don't fight with your 2-year-old when you take your cap and put on your head and he tells you it's supposed to be on the foot because he saw someone put his cap on his foot. Your 2-year-old believes this is what is true. You don't fight with him because he said this. So if you're a father and your 2-year-old says this, you will remove your cap from your head and you will wear it on your foot to make him happy because this is what he understands. And you are a father and you have nothing to prove. So for me, I had Christians who asked me this question before. They said, we are sure that you are functioning from the power of the devil. We have prayed and we have not been able to cast these demons out. You just walk here and you ask them to go, they just go. You must be part of the devil. And I asked them, did Jesus not tell you in your Bible? You say you're a Christian. You say, I am not. You have the Bible in your hand. I don't. Did the Bible not ask you, can a house be divided against its own self and stand? If I am of the devil, how can I destroy demons? It's the same question Jesus asked before. So if you believe after everything I've told you that I am of the devil, it's very simple. You are a Christian and you are a child of God. Call upon the Spirit of God and the blood of Jesus and cast out the demon in me. You should succeed if you are right. But if you do not cast out the demon in me, then I will proceed to cast out the demon that is in you that asked me this question. Because the same Bible said there is everything shall be forgiven to man except one thing, that you blaspheme against the Holy Spirit. So you will never see on preaching. It is not because I cannot preach. It is because I don't need to preach.
Yeah, your claims is quite your claims. I think, from my view, I think it has a lot of facts because most of it, because from my view, like my view, which I think many people still share, is that there's a good God and there's a bad God. That's the devil. Two things in this world. So I think that Muslims, Christians, Buddhism, I believe they are all operating under the good God, because God probably brought that umbrella of religion so that people can choose where they want to reach Him. True. So that's why I'm asking you, if your source is from the good God, then you should subject yourself to Jesus Christ openly. So with what you're trying to say now, are you Christ? Why don't you subject yourself to Christ?
I knew you would ask me this question.
Are you the new are you the Christ that they said will come, or we should wait for another one?
This same question is asked to many. I am not claiming to be that Christ. What I have said is, in short, to be very honest, very clear with you, my spirit has bonded with the spirit of that Christ. My spirit has bonded with the spirit of God. Christ. I happen to be here. I did not originally am here. And as I am here, and I have the knowledge and the power that I have over things, people, and beings, I will proceed to use them according to how I am inspired of God to use them. Does that answer the question? My Father and I are one. I can make this statement without making any claim. In the village knows more about apples in reality than you do, because he has eaten apples, he has touched them, he has farmed them. So the one whose spirit has bonded with the Spirit of God knows much more about God. Never experience the bonding with God. People need to come to understand this. Why was Jesus put on the cross? Exactly for the same reasons. When Jesus talked to people, they asked him, "Who do you think you are?" That was the question. The Pharisees, as they were in those days, have not changed. They are still here today, even though they carry different names. They believe they understand the books. They understand everything which is written in the law. They believe they understand the time and the way it should be. And so when they are confronted with the reality, they reject it. Again, I repeat, I am making no claims. I'm just taking an example of what happened. Let people make up their own minds eventually about things, you know. Why was Jesus killed? Because they didn't believe he could be anything near God. Well, some of them, because others believed. They knew. It is written in the Bible. Some of them knew very well who he was, but they still hung him. Imagine if some of the Pharisees knew very well who this man was, and they were still able to go to hang him. What spirit do you think was motivating the leaders of the church at that time? They knew. They knew who they were hanging, but they went and hung him anyway. Ask yourself, these were the leaders of the church, the Pharisees, the masters of the law, the people who were trained, who were ordained. And they took him to go and be hung, knowing very well who he was. It is written in the Bible. The people may have been fooled, but the leaders were not fooled. They knew, but they hung him anyway. Why? Power. Power. makes people do, even in spiritual settings. Why? Because people do not understand what the devil is. They are looking for the devil very far. Let me say this thing. The devil was not created as a devil. The devil was created as an angel of light.
Yeah, it's true.
And God created everything, and God is the great I am, which is the reason why Jesus was asked, you are claiming to have seen Abraham. You were just born today. You're claiming to have seen Abraham. He said, before Abraham was, I am. He didn't say before Abraham was, I was. He said, before Abraham was, I am. He spoke like a madman. Because God is the I am, is the only I am. So when you and I, as human beings, we say, I am Tony, I am Peter, it is Satan speaking. Trust me when I say this. I know what I'm talking about. When you say I am, you are lying because you are not. There is only one who is. Only one is. There is only one I am. And so when God, the I am, created everything, everything was united with God. Everything had the same experience of I am, bathed in the Spirit of God, in the spirit of oneness, in the spirit of unity. And then this angel of light decided to stand as another I am, the opposite ego. This is where the ego was born. A second I am tried to exist, tried to establish itself. You see, it is because I say I am that I know that you are. You become the other. When I am, you automatically are the other. That is how I know you. You are the other. You are not me. Because you are not me, so I know you are you. If I am not, I cannot be separate from you. Because there is no me to separate you from anything. This is how the ego came into existence. When the angel of light developed an ego, and there were two egos existing in the universe. It is that second ego which, according to the story of the Bible, went into Adam and Eve at the moment of the fall. Because before the fall, they didn't have an ego, didn't have a sense of I am, which is why they didn't care if they were naked or not. There was no self-consciousness. Self-consciousness comes with an ego consciousness. It comes when the ego sets in. When the ego got into them, it was because the spirit of their father had gotten into them, and the spirit of their father was the spirit of the devil. They had switched from being one with the spirit of God to being one with the spirit of the devil at that point. This is why the spirit of self-consciousness came in. And they looked at themselves and realized they were naked, and they began to try to hide things. And they were pushed out of the garden for that reason. So every human being is said to be born with original sin. And many people do not understand why that statement is made. The statement is made because you are born with the spirit of the devil in you. The devil is your true father. I'm not exaggerating at all. This is why human beings will think about killing, will think about stealing, will think about will be jealous, will be angry. All of these things are manifestations of demons, not God. But we search for the devil far away, and we search for the devil in the other. The first place you should search for the devil, if you're sincere, is in your own heart. Search your mind. Look at your face in the mirror and accept that you are the son of the devil. After that, you can choose to become the son of somebody else. You can return to your original father, or you can remain the son of the devil. This is the reason why it is said humans are born with original sin. This is the reason why it is said human beings need to be saved. When you are saved from what? No Christian can really answer this question. Saved from what?
That's true.
Saved from yourself. Because the spirit that is in you, that you feel, me, this great me.
So you're saying
this is a spirit of the devil.
Okay. So you're saying by default, human being born are of the source of the devil. By default.
Yes.
Okay. That could make sense.
We lost you, Mr. Michael.
That's correct. Let me strong points there.
Mr. Michael, are you still with us?
Thank you very much.
But I know your question.
It's clear.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me answer Mr. Michael's question. I don't know if he's here, but he's asking, is that why baptism, the sacrament of baptism, is carried out? And the answer is yes. Because baptism in itself does nothing to you. It is a symbol. It is a symbol of death and rebirth. Baptism stands for death and rebirth. Death to what? Death to your old self. Death to your ego consciousness. Death to the spirit of your father, the devil. And birth, rebirth. Birth to the spirit of Christ. Birth into the spirit of your original father without the ego consciousness. This is the purpose of baptism. But it doesn't matter how many times you get baptized. They can put you underwater. They can sprinkle water on you. It doesn't matter what you do. It is a decision you will have to make in your own heart someday about who you want to be, the path you want to follow. The baptism in itself is just a symbol. You are showing to people, you're making a declaration to other people that you have decided to do this thing, to move from one spirit to another spirit. But in itself, the baptism does not change you. So it doesn't matter if you carry out a public baptism or not. The true baptism is the baptism of the Holy Spirit. It is a baptism whereby the Spirit of God immerses itself into the human spirit, blends with the human spirit, and becomes a Christ-like being. Christ said, I am the first of many brethren. Why? Because many Christs were to be born. When a human spirit blends with the Spirit of God, this is a Christ being. If you search the meaning of the word Christ, that is what it means. A human spirit blended with the Spirit of God living in a human body. This is a Christ being.
Okay. That's fine. Man, it's a very vast topic. It's very broad.
Yes,
it's very broad.
is.
It's very broad.
It's a topic I usually avoid touching at all. So all I do is go out and heal people who are willing to be healed. That is all I do.
So we can bring some clients to you, some applicants, some patients to you,
right? Sorry.
We can bring some patients to you to heal, since you're a healer.
Sure, those who are willing to be healed.
Okay, is this free or is it paid service?
It depends. I have healed people who had nothing, but I work as a doctor. You saw my title here. In the world, I am a doctor, so I function as a doctor. I'm willing to do that because I have to.
I have some people recently who are suffering from this stroke in China. Yeah, so maybe I will recommend them to you. Yeah, at least you can observe, because when I see the situation, I feel from my feeling now, feeling from the real source. So when I feel the situation based on when the person spoke, I just knew very fast. Like I can see it very clear that this person is probably possessed. This person on the stroke is probably possessed with a demon. I
How
can
do you
just
know?
feel it, that because I can just feel. So maybe since you're an expert in that area, I can just refer. It's a Chinese persons, not just one or two, about two, three people. So yeah, like,
What would make you feel that they are possessed?
well, it's the same feeling you have, but you're an expert. It's the same feeling you have.
Let me say something. Most people
Okay.
that you know, most people
Yes.
that you know in your life are either
Yeah.
possessed or demon influenced. Most people that you know in your life
Okay.
are either possessed or demon influenced. It is just
That's
not
right.
shown. Under given
Okay.
circumstances, the possession shows out.
That's right.
And this is why I said we are not different from the madman in the street. We just pretend. We hide it, we cloak it. But these people who have been struck, like the people who have been struck by a stroke, for example, some of them, you will find they're usually depression, what we call clinically depression. They will behave and speak in ways that make you feel, if you're a spiritual person, that they are possessed. Yes, but I have chosen not to function as a priest, at least as of now, not to function as a pastor as of now, but to function as a traditional medical doctor. So what do? I will stick some needles into them to clear mucus, to clear phlegm, and then their lucidity starts to return to them, and their motion starts to return to them. This is the way I prefer to present myself to the world now. You see, you asked me a question, are you Jesus Christ? I am an acupuncturist. I'm a traditional medical practitioner. This is who I am now. This is who I want to be at this time. Yes.
Okay. It's very clear. No problem. I'll keep this information. I'm very happy to get this information from you. I'll keep this information, which I got from you today. Yeah.
Right. So it's a very interesting topic. And like I said, it's a topic I usually avoid. I was born of in a Jewish home. I was raised as a Jew. I was later raised as a Christian in a born-again Christian home. There is nothing about Judaism, Christianity, or anything which I do not know. Nothing. But you see, I have chosen not to present myself as that. And I'll tell you guys something. When my mother was, before she was pregnant with me, she was afraid that she wouldn't have a son and certain things would happen in the family. So she went, at the time she was Roman Catholic, she went and spent some time in the church and stayed there to do a lot of prayers. And she was using the St. Anthony prayers as the Roman Catholics believe. And she was asking for a son. And she said, if I go back to my husband after this and I truly become pregnant and I give birth to a boy, I will give him this name, Anthony, in Christ. And I will consider that this boy does not belong to me, but belongs directly to God, as Samuel belonged to God and was returned to the temple. These are the statements of my mother. She's still alive.
Wow.
So you were a sacrifice to God.
Well, you can put it that way. She repeated these things to me until I got angry, and I told her that was your business. You signed a contract. I didn't sign it. I am not going to become any pastor. I'm not going to become any priest. Nothing. And I was, in the long run, I was chased out of the house because I refused to be a pastor and I refused to be a priest. I was sent into the streets until this day. Today, my mother, last week, she made a statement. Now I know I received what I asked for from God. Only last week did my mother make this statement for the first time. Because she came to understand what everything had meant and why everything happened. I chose not to be a pastor. I chose not to go praying on people. I chose not to go laying hands on anybody. I even stopped casting demons on people. I became a Chinese traditional medical doctor, something most Christians will think is evil or demonic. I deliberately chose this way to let the Christians sink and come down off of their high horse. A lot of Christians are acting like Pharisees with a misplaced sense of morality, looking down on other people because they believe they are not Christian. You may be shocked as a Christian the day you go into the kingdom of God to find the people opening the door are all pagans and non-Christians. Why? Because God does not need a label. God does not need a title. God does not need a show. God looks at your heart. So I am having fun in my life the way I have chosen it. Mr. Michael came yesterday. He saw how I live. I am having fun. My whole life is just having fun. Yes. I observe people. I play with them. I mess around with the world if that's what I want to do. I'm being very open to you guys. I can mess around with kingdoms if I want. But I don't do it. I don't do it most of the time because might does not make right. It's not because you can that you should. But this is my life. And the next stage for me is the village, the countryside. I will build with earth and I will live there amongst the trees in nature.
You mean you?
Yeah, Dr. Balinga.
Right.
Dr. Balinga.
Yes.
Yeah, you told us yesterday that we can suspend breath for any, any duration that we want.
That's true.
Yeah, have you attained that level at this stage? Maybe can you suspend breath for like 3 days at a stretch, or 7 days?
If I wanted to, I could. There have been times that I have been in altered states and I don't know for how long it was. The past. Yes, there have been occasions I didn't know how long that was when I was in altered states. And interesting things happened. And then when I started having the fights with my family and all of these things, at that time I believed, let me go out to the world and tell them the good news. Again, the good news, the gospel that I have understood. But when I went, I thought the first place to start is my family. And when I got to my family, the shock of being rejected, of being kicked out, is what I got. At that moment, I asked myself, what is the purpose of all of this? Even if you know everything, even if you can do everything, what does it really matter? If your own family doesn't care, doesn't want to know about it, it means it doesn't really matter. Okay, I can still share this with some people, but I was no longer overzealous to go out and share these things with everybody. But the answer to your question is
yeah, that's why Jesus said a prophet has no honor in his own house.
Exactly. Your mother will only remember the day you stole a piece of meat in her pot, or the day you stood all over your pants when you were 4. This is all she will remember. You will never be a prophet in your own house. That is true. Others maybe can listen, not the people in your house. But I'll tell you something. If I wanted my mother to listen, I could make her listen right now.
Exactly.
I wanted my entire family to listen. I could make them listen without even talking to them. Why? I can enter their mind and their bodies anytime I want.
Hypnotism.
No, I can be in their spirit anytime I want, and I can make them do what they don't want. But that is tantamount to possession. It is not what you want to do. And if you did that, and they did listen to you, and they did believe in you, what have you gained? You forced them to do it. They are your slaves. That is all they are. You have a bunch of happy slaves clapping for you. What are you? You have become the devil.
Yeah. Some people also do this to make women fall in love with them. Subconsciously.
Yes, you can. You could take everyone's wife or everyone's husband if you wanted to. It's the truth. I could tell you how to do it right now, and you would be able to do it within the next 1, 2, 3 hours.
Please go ahead.
But what's the use of that? I was explaining some of these things to the Chinese we're working with today, and I told them, I'm saying to you because I understand your hearts. I know your hearts are clean. Use this for your marriages. Use this for your families. When you see the other things, don't abuse of other people, please. I told them this morning because I explained some of these things and how to them. So yes, you can, but should you do it? The answer is no.
But how about using it to get people to believe in Christ?
Christ does not need you to recruit a bunch of slaves for him. You see, Christ can get as many people as he wants anytime, but Christ is in exactly the same position as I told you I am right now. Christ hopes that if you believe in him, you believe in him because you want to, because you're convinced it's the right thing for you, not because you're scared, not because you're looking for points in heaven, not for any reason, except because it's just the right thing to do.
Yeah.
So if you go and start using powers to force people to believe in Christ, how has it helped them? What they didn't do from their own willpower has gained them nothing. It's the same like you injected them with drugs and told them Jesus is Lord, and they repeated Jesus is Lord. No achievement. Bunch of slaves. If they follow Christ, let them do it of their own will. And no one will do that until they are ready.
Yeah.
Until they are ready for what? Until they are ready to be good people. When I say good people, I mean like a true human being, to be sincere. Let me not use the word good. Let me say sincere people. Yes. When you have reached the point that you no longer need to put on a show for other people.
Yeah.
You have gone beyond that point where you need to put on a show for the world. Then you're ready for God. And God is not in a hurry. God can wait 1,000 years.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dr.
God
Malinga.
is not going. Yes.
Yeah, I have seen many people donating things to pastors. And after some time, they will say, when did I donate this? Could it be the power of prayer of those pastors that are that strong? Or could it be manipulations like the power you are talking about?
A lot of the time, it's manipulation. Some of the time, prayers are strong. You ask for donations from God, let people give, and they give. Sometimes there are manipulation methods that they use to get these things. A lot of the time, it is manipulation in one form or another.
Then
sometimes some people are just stupid. A lot of people like to be lied to. A lot of people like to be deceived. So they lend themselves to deception. People don't like to take responsibility. This is why. If I make the decision by myself, then I have to take the responsibility of making a mistake when I do. But if I can say the pastor said or the devil said, then I don't need to take any responsibility. And most people escape responsibility in their lives in this way by claiming the pastor said. They are too willing to accept, to believe what the pastor said. They don't reason about it. He's a pastor. He's a man of God. He said this must be true. Full stop. I'm not thinking. No brain. Throw my brain out. They think that when God will ask you about what you did, you will say, the pastor told me, and you will be free. Zero. Where were your own brains? You deliberately decided not to think, to throw your brains out. So you're responsible.
Yeah, Dr. Balinga, do you believe in divine healing? Divine healing.
Divine healing. Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Without using any medication, because I've seen many people, they are infertile, but they just believe in divine healing, and somehow they didn't even use any drug, and the wife conceived and even born quadruplets,
Yes. Yes. It happens. It is real. And it is available to everyone. If you believe, you will be healed. When Jesus was healing people, most of the time, Jesus didn't heal anybody. He asked you, do you believe that you will be healed? You said, yes. He said, go. You are already healed. Why? Because you believe. Your faith has healed you. He didn't say, I heal you. He said, your faith.
Your faith.
Why? Because the Spirit of God created you. The Spirit of God can fix you. So every healing is of God. Every healing is actually a form of divine healing. But there is divine healing without human intervention. This too exists. Yes. Right, gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Dr. Balinga. We
My
really
usual
appreciate
time
you.
has arrived. So I should go.
In fact, we can continue on and on and on, and I know you will continue to have, endless things to share. We really appreciate you. Thank you so much. You made the party to be more successful than we thought. And looking forward to meeting you again one-on-one on Friday. I think, when is our session again? Friday, right?
I will ask my wife. It depends on you people, because there was no final decision that was arrived at, and someone was talking about making a decision. So it depends on the decision that your men make. Yeah.
Okay. I think we are thinking of Friday and Saturday or Sunday, but I think Friday, Saturday will be most ideal.
If they choose
Friday, we stay to Saturday.
They should remember on Saturday mornings, Saturdays we have an activity till about 5. After 5. Yeah, after 5, we can still join them and continue. And if they want, we can continue Sunday. But Friday we can do. Saturday we have an activity until about 5, and then we can join them after that. So they can do something else until then we join them. And if they want Sunday, we can still do.
Thank you so much, Dr. Balinga. We really appreciate you.
Absolutely welcome.
Thank you so much. Yeah, regards.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good night.
YK. Yeah, goodbye. YK, are you there? YK. Maybe he has slept. Okay. Okay. So hope you enjoyed the program. So what do you want to say to Dr. Balinga? Dr. Baringa. Dr. Baringa. Yeah, that's our head of. Oh, he has gone. Okay, he has gone. Okay, so it's okay. I think we can round it up now. So do you think we can still